the side behind us, and then you would line up and go in, but apparently we won't line up in order that it's in our normal spot. I didn't understand.
So there is an agenda for it? I haven't even opened it yet.
Is the, been decided yet?
Yeah, it's Brian Milne again. Nobody else ran against him.
It is Brian again, is it?
Yep, yep. Nobody else put their name forward.
I thought McQueen would have, because he was going to run against him last time.
Yeah, but he pulled his name last time.
Yeah, he did, yeah. So the seating plan won't change then again. It'll be the same as
No,
it was.
be the same, yep. We're live anytime? Okay.
Isaac's just gone through.
Is Isaac just, oh,
Right
we'll
here.
wait until he gets here and seated. Oh, and the camera moves to follow you.
This is strange.
I will call this special council meeting to order at 12:59. And the land acknowledgement this week is being read by our acting clerk, Carly Craig.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge with respect the history, spirituality, and culture of the Anishinaabeg, the people of the Three Fires known as Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi Nation who have inhabited this time from time immemorial. Further give thanks to the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash, now known as the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, as the traditional keepers of this land. We also recognize the Métis and Inuit whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. May we all, as treaty people, live with respect on this land and live in peace and friendship with all its diverse peoples. Don't have much of a personal reflection for today. However, I wanted to express my continued appreciation for the opportunity to stop and reflect on the statement and its bearing on the work we do as a township. As we wrap up 2023 and enter into a new year, I look forward to continuing the education and dialogue on truth and reconciliation that I hope we will continue to build on as a township into 2024.
Thank you, Carly. And just as a reminder to all of council, in the new year following this, we will only be doing this land acknowledgement read aloud with a possible reflection at the first council meeting of each month. So what I'll be looking for is for everybody to take a turn, and if you choose to only read the land acknowledgement, that's fine. If you want to add a reflection to it, then we'll do that as well. Okay, so moving on, approval of the agenda. The recommendation that the agenda be approved as presented. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Winters, Councillor Scholdice, is there any discussion? I will call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. Is there any declaration of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, you may declare at any time if one should arise. For the 2024 budget strategic session, the recommendation is that bylaw 2019-125 procedure bylaw be waived to allow council to hold a strategic session to prioritize 2024 budget requests, and that the Council of the Township of Georgian Bluffs hereby moves into a strategic session at 1:02 p.m. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Pringle, Councillor Day. Is there any discussion? I will call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. So opening remarks and staff presentation. We'll turn over to staff to start.
Okay, so this is something new that we're trying for budget. In front of you today, you will have all capital budget requests. Back on November 15th, we did present the base budget, which is the same type and levels of service as previously endorsed by council through direction provided throughout the year and past budget approvals. So to start, I will ask Niall if he has any opening remarks.
Thank you, Sam. Yeah, so we're doing things a little bit differently this year, and the hope is that as we go through this afternoon, we're able to share some of the pressures that staff have seen and identified based on The conversations we've had at council chambers, the strategies and the master plans and the proposals that you've put forward, and from staff's perspective, some of the challenges from an infrastructure perspective or from a project perspective or needs from community that have come forward. So the 36 budget recommendations that you see in front of us today and that we'll be discussing as we go through the day really reflect staff's best attempt at trying to mirror back the things that you've told us are important over the last 12 months or so, and also the things that we've heard and that we've identified that we feel as are important. We're probably going to say this more than once today. All 36 items on this list are probably important to 1, 2, or 3 people in this room, and likely important to a community or communities of people across the township. I don't think any of these are unimportant. I don't think any of them are not a priority in some way, shape, or form. So it's not a case that we're trying to determine which are more important, which have greater value to community than the other. We're really trying to take a list of important things that need to be done and whittle it down to a list of things that we can do over the next 1 to 2 years. It is by no shadow of a doubt going to be a challenging task. And I'm sure that there are some things on this list. There are some things that are not on this list, which are the priorities of community and priorities of members of council. Hopefully we'll get a chance to catch those. I think it's also worth reflecting briefly on the fact that this budget, some of the issues that you see in it are not new issues. They're issues that have been before council, or issues that have been issues in the township, challenges and pressures in the township for a number of years. And I think it's fair to say that we're beginning to get to the point where there are some elements of infrastructure and some of the assets that we have in this township which are getting close to or at their best before date. And so there's quite a lot of infrastructure that we've inherited from the former townships, which hasn't necessarily had the full level of infrastructure replacement and renewal that perhaps might have been desirable over the past 2 decades or more. So certainly some of this is a sort of a reckoning point. There are some things which are beginning to get to the end of their life, which we need to start thinking about investing in and replacing. And some of those come with some fairly hefty price tags. So there are some big dollar sums that we're going to be talking about as we go through the balance of today. That obviously comes at a time where I reflect and recognise that communities are facing all kinds of pressures. Pressures from rising interest rates, pressures from increasing cost of living, and various other different drivers are impacting communities' ability to be able to afford to live in their houses and to continue to enjoy the benefits of the life that they've got used to. And so I recognise that bringing forward any sort of budget increase or budget proposal in that sort of environment makes it even more challenging to look at potential cost increases. We are, as we go through the presentation in a few minutes, going to reflect on some of the pressures that we as a municipality, alongside all other municipalities, are facing. And indeed, those impacts of rising interest rates, construction inflation and inflationary pressures also impact the amount of work that can be done by the township for the dollars it has. So for sure, there are times where this is going to be a difficult conversation. I am going to reflect very briefly on the fact that we stand in a very good position. And we are going to talk a little bit about this as we go through the day, but I think it's worth kicking us off in this sort of spirit. We have a very low level of debt as a municipality, and that's something which former councils and staff teams should be applauded for. Indeed, this council should be applauded for. We have low levels of debt, which stands us in a very comfortable position as going forward and gives us some options for how we manage future budget pressures. I think it's worth reflecting that we aren't able to deal with all pressures in this budget cycle. This is probably the first of successive difficult budget cycles as we try to adjust to dealing with the infrastructure that we have and responding to the needs of community in the township today. We also have some real strong advantages for us. We do have the lowest tax rate in Grey County at this point in time. Indeed, this morning I was only able to find 2 municipalities. There are 440 or so of them, and I didn't search all 444. But if we were to support an 84% tax increase today, and I'm not for a second suggesting that we will, but if we were to support an 84% tax increase, that would put us at the same level of taxes as residential rates in Chatsworth, for example. And indeed, if we were to support a 30% increase in our tax base today, residential tax base today, we would still be the cheapest tax base in Grey County tomorrow. So our taxes are very low, are low compared to our neighbouring municipalities, low across Ontario. I'm not suggesting for a second that 30% or an 84% tax rate increase is what we should be thinking about, but I wanted to suggest and show there is plenty of space compared to some of our municipalities in terms of tax bases. The other thing I'd reflect on very briefly is that we have a reasonably good municipality to work from. We have the second highest average income, household income in Grey County, second only to Blue Mountains. And so we have a resident population that has a strong level of income. And so that does put us in a strong position to deal with the challenges that are coming today, and the challenges will come over coming years as we look at our budget, look at our infrastructure, and try to make sure that we are serving our communities and residents in the best way possible. Staff have put a lot of work into the 36 budget suggestions and topics that are before you, and we will put in the work to the ones that may come out from today that haven't been suitably adjusted. And certainly as you see some of these, there are options embedded within each one that adjust the dollar value and the ability to be able to do it. From the conversations today, as noted in the report, staff will be taking away the priorities that council and staff identify later on, and building the budget, which we will bring back to you in the new year for further refinement and hopefully passing in January. So I'm looking forward to the conversation today. I have to admit, although I might have said this before, I get excited by budget because budget's the point at which you give us the roadmap to work in for next year. And so we really are having a conversation about what the team that's sitting in front of you and the team that's not able to be here will be focusing on over the next 12 months. And so I'm looking forward to this conversation. I'm looking forward to shaping a budget with the council team and the staff team that meets the needs of community and residents over the next 12 months. So thank you ever so much for participating in something that's a little bit new. And I'm looking forward to the conversations, and I'll hand it back to Sam.
So I'm just bringing back your 2024 budget timeline. So our 2024 budget really started back in July. Staff presented the proposed 2024 budget guideline and schedule where we were outlining what we were hoping different time milestones might have been and different guidelines that we were going to be including when preparing both the base budget and budget requests. Fast forward, we did a bit of our budget survey, which was open to the public from August to the end of September. Those results were presented to Council on November 15th for you to review. And if you have any suggestions on changes, there is a spot later on in the presentation that we'd gladly listen to them and staff can look into them and prepare a budget request based on that direction. Then in September, staff started preparing the base budget. November 15th was a heavy day. I already mentioned that you had your base budget that day and your budget survey results. Now we are here where we're looking at the capital side more of your budget for 2024. In January, we will put it all together. Your operating, your capital, and it will be presented and further refinement may be needed at that time, and then there will also be your public input session, and come February, hopefully, we will have a polished budget that council is comfortable passing. Now, that doesn't mean that a tax rate bylaw can be passed at that time, because there are some external factors to that tax rate, such as the county's tax policy, that we can't pass our tax rate until we know for certain what the policies will be and what the ratios on each tax class will be, because that is what part of the aspect that determines the tax rates. So the goals of today's meeting, council, we're going to work together. We're hoping to address community and/or council priorities that have not already been addressed in a 2024 budget request. Prioritize these budget requests, the 36 of them that staff identified, and set a target tax levy change percentage just to allow staff some parameters as to what you as council may be comfortable with. That doesn't mean if you say today you want to try for a 5% that you are set to a 5% tax increase. It could be more, could be less, depending on how it all comes together. Just a target for staff to work towards. So in front of you, you have your cogwheel again. So the parts of the annual budget. We have the capital, operating, and reserves. Today, we will be focusing and looking at capital and reserves. Operating, we kind of looked at on November 15th, so that we need to look at the other two parts of the cogwheel before we can bring it all together and have it all flow and show. When looking at your capital and your reserve cogwheels, something that to keep in mind, an option to fund some capital projects could possibly be debt. As Mr. Lobley mentioned, the township has low debt right now, which I'll get to in a couple slides. Debt is a tool which can be used to fund your large capital projects or initiatives. It allows the township to spread the cost of a project over multiple years, that not only the taxpayers of today are paying for a project, the taxpayers of the future who may be utilizing whatever that project may be, they are also paying for it through the annual repayments of the principal balance and your interest. Historically, we've had our loans amortized and paid back between 10 to 15 years. You could go as high as 20 years for possible terms of repayment. So our annual repayment limit, this is calculated by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. It is determined to be what a township can, at a maximum, include as their annual loan repayments. So that's your principal and your interest portion. For 2023, we calculated, or the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing calculated our amount to be slightly below $3.3 million. I would never recommend that we look to have principal and interest repayments of $3.3 million each year, because that can offset and turn into some now negative ratios where you're too debt heavy. So you want to find a happy balance in between where we are today and that maximum.
Can I just ask a question there, Sam? So the ministry allows that we could go up to 25% of our own source revenue for debt. The county has set a lower percentage than that. Have we ever set a percentage as to how much we would allow at the township? Would there be a valid reason for doing that?
I have not seen where the township has set a policy
I did
for that.
Did.
Typically, that is found within your investment policy, which ours does not speak to a percentage. I do have it on my radar to look at your investment policy. Unfortunately, it has not happened yet.
I'm just wondering, I think from the county's perspective, it prevents an existing council from, say, acting emotionally on something such as long-term care and putting the county so far in debt you can't get back out of it. And I'm wondering if we should have something on the townships as well. So if you're going to look at that, that's fine.
That is my intention. So for your loans, right now you have 3 loans outstanding, all of which would be paid in full within the next slightly over 4 years. I mentioned that you had a limit of $3.3 million for repayments. Our 2024 budget includes only $203,000. You'll see that 2023 budget has went down to 2024, and that is because as you're making principal payments, your interest portion is lower. Another option that you have for capital grants or for funding capital are your guaranteed capital grants. You'll see an amount is slightly different than what was shown previously on your slides. After we had sent that out on Friday, we received confirmation of what our OCIF, Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, was going to be for 2024. Unfortunately, it has went down. OCIF did change how they were allocating the funding to be based on a current replacement value, that if we had followed just that funding, it was only going to be $318,000. But as this was the first year of the new funding allocations, they put a cap of a plus or minus 15% of prior year's funding. So the 15% decrease is what the $354,000 is. So that will mean that if potentially some projects are proceeding, but based on prioritizing that will happen later today, we may have to fund a bit more through our gas tax or Canada Community Building Fund and the reserve balance that is left within there. Looking at the Canada Community Building Fund, we haven't received notification of confirmation of our 2024 funding. So that is why it's still showing the 2023 amount, which we are assuming. I don't know for certain if it will increase or decrease at this time. They had set in 2019 a 5-year funding allocation, which ended in 2023, and I have not heard anything for a next cycle of funding allocations. We have not submitted any grant applications for any of the budget requests that are included in today's package. There are some that do have potential for budget funding. Just before we were looking at submitting any applications, we did want to have the project prioritized by council to ensure we weren't spinning our wheels. And you want to have a project approved before you apply for a grant. Because otherwise, if you apply for the grant, then you may be at a later time, project came in over budget from what you were anticipating, or that project maybe no longer is a priority, or something else, an emergency came up that funds need to be reallocated. For many grants, the township must fund at least a portion. Sometimes it might be 20%, sometimes it could be 35%. Each grant is slightly different. There are the odd grant that is 100% funding available, but they are few and far between, that the township typically does have at least a portion that they must fund. Reserves and reserves fund. So we do have a very high level estimated schedule of your reserve and reserve fund. We'll see that some of it is overfunded. Staff were just trying to pick a reserve that maybe based on your current policy was the best suited. It is not we're buying to this funding source. We just wanted to show what the impact would be if you receive no further grants, no further grants were applied for, and if the township did proceed with all projects. If you don't mind pulling that appendix. Apologies for the visual here. The first few columns, those are 2023 amounts. Some of them may have actually been spent already. Some of them is you've committed from previous budgets or council direction to have it funded from a specific reserve. So we tried to best reflect that to come up with an estimated closing balance. Then the last 6 columns are 2024. If you were to approve every single request that is included here, the impact on your reserves. So your reserves would be very depleted down to, sorry, let me just scroll. Down to $7.7 million. That would be an almost $3 million decrease. Again, staff are not recommending this because unfortunately, if you deplete your reserves, that means you have no more reserves available for those emergencies. Our reserve and reserve fund policy currently does not speak to limits within our reserves, that it must be kept at a certain percentage or it can only change by a certain percentage. So you do have that flexibility, and there is also the flexibility of moving funds around within the different reserve funds and reserves. Are there any questions on that schedule?
So I think just to echo what Sam said, there are percentages you'll see, and there'll be us drawing down our reserves and making some of them turn red and everything else like that. We really are not recommending it, but just to provide illustrations of where we sit. And I think the thing with our reserves, and we are going to come back with some further information on reserves as we get into 2024. We know that there's some tough decisions to be made this budget cycle, but there will be tough decisions to be made next budget cycle and the budget cycle after that. And so again, that's one of the reasons why we wouldn't ever recommend drawing down on the reserves that heavily. I think one of the things is we sometimes think our reserves are comfortable, and on a glance, many of our reserves are not actually all that comfortable. There's quite a lot of money that's there, and certainly we can spend some of it, but we would certainly not be recommending drawing down to the extent that's shown on this slide, which is really just for illustration purposes, given the pressures we know are coming in the future as well.
Just to also note, the budget materials that are shared here today will be available on our website.
Next up, just for some information, we've done a rough calculation on what a tax change or a tax levy change factor might be. So for approximately every $100,000 in the funding that you find, whether it's added or removed, has a 0.83% change on your municipal tax rate based on prior year tax policies. So that would be an approximately $15.46 change to your average single-family dwelling. A 1% change, that is a cost added or a cost savings of approximately $120,000, or an $18.44 addition or subtraction to the municipal tax rate at the average single-family dwelling. So a quick lower tier comparison. Went through and I identified all of the 2023 tax levies and what a 1% dollar amount is. So you'll see City of Sound has a much higher tax levy, so a 1% dollar impact on a City of Sound budget is almost double that of a 1% change on the Township of Georgian Bluffs tax levy. We've also included the 2021 census population to give an estimate of the 2023 levy per resident. You'll also see that we're among the lowest there. I do just want to highlight Blue Mountain. Census population is based on permanent residents. Blue Mountain is extraordinarily high in their short-term and seasonal. That population number does not reflect the potential actual number of visitors and residents within that township. So their tax levy per resident is unusually high. Are there any questions related to that comparison? So next up, we just wanted to provide a visual of the status of our 2023 capital projects. So these were projects that were included in both the budget and projects that had been approved throughout the year. Not including the funds that were contributed into reserves, there were 6 projects that we did fully complete. And there are 20 projects that have started and they will carry forward into 2024. So that's already 20 projects that staff will be working on addressing while we're in 2024. Some may have lower staff involvement, some may have higher, but they all still will have some component of the township will be contributing. We also do have a few that staff are completely recommending to defer at this time. It is not that they are not a priority. There might just be something else that is impacting that project moving forward at this time. Are there any questions on this list?
So if there's any project that council would like update on or information on.
Did try to provide brief comments, but of course, if there's anything you would like further comments on.
On the Elm Street one, do we know how close to that budget it's coming in at?
So we did increase it slightly than the budget amount that is included in there. There was a staff report, but I don't have any statistics to know how actuals are comparing to their tender award that was done in May, I believe.
Sam, last year during the 2023 budget deliberations, I recall a conversation about a tractor from the operations department requiring replacement. And I didn't see that carried forth into 2024. I saw one from the recreation side pull into that. Is there a capital plan other than the chipper?
So I guess we're in a strategic session. It feels weird not saying through you. So the tractor and brushing arm, they were phased in funding that it is automatically going to be included in the 2024. Council has approved it as part of the 2023. So we're at, for that project, at the state that we would need to issue a tender, but we need a 2024 budget passed before a tender could be issued.
So that's the one in white down there, sort of toward the bottom half of the screen. So we already have direction to secure it. We just haven't tendered and purchased it yet.
Is that the one you're referring to?
It is, and I appreciate that, and I thank that. It just, I'm finding this tough to follow. Over the last 8 months, we've got bits and pieces, and I'm not seeing a whole package, so I'm going to have questions throughout the day, but thank you. Okay.
Are there any other questions? So as Niall had briefly mentioned in his opening remarks, we're facing some large inflationary costs related to construction. So the asphalt cement price index and fuel rates, they're based on federal statistics. Our single surface treatment, our gravel and calcium chloride, those are based on our tenders for those years. We then have what CPI has increased over those years and our residential municipal tax rate. So our residential tax rate has been at 10.4% increase, but we've been facing upwards of 90% increases in some of our day-to-day regular projects that we do provide. All of these impact the number of roads that we may be able to do, or they can have a financial impact if we were to increase the funding. So we just provided a brief information there. So I just wanted to highlight again what our summary of budget requests are. I'm not going to go through and list everyone because we'll be going through that. But this is leading into our next slide. You have seen base budget. You've seen our budget request. I recognize that you haven't had an opportunity to discuss and prioritize, but we're wondering, is there anything that we have missed? Is there something council wishes to see, whether maybe it's a library in the township or an outdoor skating rink or a different COLA percentage that you would like us to provide a budget request information on? Is there anything? I do want to highlight, there is the possibility of an additional $50,000 to the base budget for fire prevention services to the city of Owen Sound. I'm not sure if our acting CAO would be able to provide further information on that.
Yeah, I can provide a very quick piece of feedback. So yeah, we are anticipating, we have been presented with an extra $50,000 to help offset the cost of a fire prevention officer that we currently benefit from. So we don't do our own fire prevention work, which is the inspection of commercial premises and other various different things, which I will not profess to being an expert in, but are requirements of the municipality to provide. And at this point in time, for the last few years, we've been benefiting from a member of Owen Sound Fire Service providing those services through ITFD to the township. It's not an ITFD service because it is only provided to the township. Meaford deal with their own fire prevention services through Meaford Fire. So we have been benefiting from that. It's been a handshake agreement for a number of years. It was made in respect to various different things several years ago, a sort of quid pro quo type arrangement. We're continuing to benefit from that. And so based on conversations with ITFD, the City of Owen Sound Fire, it's time to bring forward an agreement for those services and to recompense for them. And so the cost for those services for 2024 is $50,000.
Just, Sam, on the one piece, I'm not sure if I'll bring it up here now or not, but the bridge down inside Road 3, I've seen nothing ever discussed about it ever again since we talked about it last year. Is this time we bring it up for discussion down the road?
Absolutely.
So the bridge on side Road 3.
Former Derby.
My writing is not large enough, although I did think of teacher at one point, obviously not the profession I went with.
And when we're going through the conversation on these ones, we should factor them into the prioritization. If they get middle of the list or towards the top of the list at the end of the day, what staff will do is we will do budget requests on these to bring them back as part of the next step of the budget process, so you can see them in the same format as everything else.
Is there anything else that council would like?
The one thing I think came up, and I'm not sure if we're covering it under the Recreation and Trails Master Plan, was the playground out at Kemble.
That's not included.
Just a question about bridges, and maybe this will come up later. Is there any chance of grants or anything to access for those? Because we do have a few. We're not as bad as Chatsworth for bridges, but we do have a few.
Yep. So we've already started the conversation based on the budget requests that we've put forward, and Sam mentioned it briefly with Grant Match, who we use to help identify budgets, grant funds of various different things to support the projects. And some of those conversations have been quite positive. There are certainly some on the list today which we believe could attract significant grant contributions towards their overall costs. Infrastructure is one of those ones where sometimes the grants are there and sometimes they're not. At this point in time, we've not identified infrastructure grants for things like bridges. They do come up periodically from time to time, but we haven't identified anything at this point in time that would cover those off. I think just to reflect back on the point Sam raised earlier, and sorry, I should call you Miss Buchanan, sorry, that our treasurer raised earlier. One of the big things about grants is we need to have a commitment to do the project, because we need to have committed the other bit of the funding that we need. So we can't really go out, certainly for certain of the larger projects, it's less important when we're talking about something that's perhaps less than 100,000, because we know we've got enough in our reserves that if we lucked out in a grant for, say, 80,000 towards a 100,000 project, we can come back to you and can probably find the 20,000. But if we're talking about projects that are in the millions of dollars and potentially into the tens of millions of dollars, like community centers and those sorts of things, we wouldn't, if we found a grant that had 80%, we'd be needing to find the 2 million fairly quickly. And so those chunks of change, that's why we need to have the commitment for the project. We might commit to it in sort of 4 or 5 years' time. And an example today is the sidewalks in Shallow Lake, for example. We know that that's not a project we're going to get done in 1 year. But if council was to endorse that project and sort of say, yep, we can make a $1.4 million project happen, and let's say in 6 months' time we're able to find a grant, we know we've got 1.4 million committed to that. So we're able to apply for that grant in the knowledge that we've already got council's commitment behind the other portion of the funding that would be needed. What that then allows us to do is then take that grant proportion out from the budget that you've committed, put it back into the reserves, or to come back to you and reallocate it to a project which is further down the list that perhaps didn't make it. So what we'll do from today, in fact, I think we'll be having a meeting with Corey fairly shortly after today, just to sort of say, like, these are the 6 or 7 projects, 10 projects, whatever that number might be, that came towards the top of the list. It's probably worth us making a more sincere effort to look and see what the funding commitments are like and how likely it is we could attract funding and perhaps even get some of the funding applications started, because there are 1 or 2 that close in the next few weeks. So depending on the case today, we will start fishing for grants straight away.
So further question on the bridges then. When we closed that Side Road 3 bridge, I thought we did 2 bridges got closed. Are we going to have another group come forward that want theirs reopened if we're doing Side Road 3?
So Emery Bridge, the Churchside Road East Bridge, is on the list of capital projects for consideration.
Is that the other one that got closed with Side Road 3? Okay. Sorry. I couldn't remember which one it was.
I do have a follow-up for the bridge piece there, but I'll wait till we get to the bridge piece.
Okay. Last chance if there was any others at this time that someone had. Okay. So we're now going to go into our question period. So staff will not be directly presenting each report, but obviously if you do have a question, please ask. So I will ask the mayor to kind of take back over at this part.
So we're moving on to development and infrastructure to start with. The Aqua capital upgrades.
And just for clarity, through this section, we don't have staff presentations on any of these. We thought if staff were going to take 5 minutes on each one of these, we're going to kiss 3 hours of our lives goodbye. So we'll respond to questions on each one.
Any questions from anyone on this first one? Go ahead, Rick.
My only question, comment on this was, this is more towards the water budget, right? Which is a separate discussion than today? Because any of these initiatives will be done through the water systems themselves, correct?
So that is correct. We just wanted to see if council would be endorsing what Aqua had proposed as part of capital. I recognize it is not a tax levy impact. It is a reserve impact because you do have your water reserves, which is why it was included here today.
My comment to that was, I think it's great. I think we should look at what Aqua has to do, but we should have Aqua come and give a presentation to council so we understand exactly what they're thinking and why they're thinking it. Would be my question on that. I think as council will ultimately be responsible for the water systems, we need to follow what our operators are saying. So it makes sense, but I think we need them here in front of us.
Any other comments on Aqua? I would agree to the presentation, and yeah, because it is part of the water systems, it's not tax levy, so we can almost ignore it for today.
Put it off to the side.
Put it off to the side.
Don't like that word, ignore.
Potawatomi water system. I personally think this is one that's got to hit number one. We've got to start working on that one and get it going through.
I would agree with that comment for sure. It's, I've only been on for one term and it's been long enough. So it's time we do something about it.
I would agree. I don't know that it hits number one. It's in the top 10.
But it definitely gets up
But again,
top,
it's one of those ones that, is it or is it not just it's a water system part of a budget and how we deal with that, but it is a priority.
So it's a really good question. So Potawatomi, I think Potawatomi is definitely worth factoring into the conversation. All of the ones from number 2 down for the rest of the list could be funded from a number of different places, including the tax base. And so I think Potawatomi is one which cannot be accommodated within the reserves as they currently stand. So we just don't have enough, there's not enough in the reserve for us to accommodate that one within the reserve. So it has an impact to debt, which has an impact back to the tax base or back to the water base. It could be funded from fees, and it could be funded from the tax base, or it could be funded from a combination of all of those, and it could also draw funding from grant aid. So some of these will definitely have potential to be funded in different ways, and certainly one of the things that staff will be doing when we got the list is going back and making some recommendations as how we think they are able to be best funded. And you will see there's some indication of potential solutions within each one of the issue papers. But yeah, certainly this one has multiple potential funding avenues.
So is that one then that will be a report coming back to council outlining all of those funding options and how we can proceed? Because I think we all agree it's one we're going to have to proceed on.
So what you will see as part of the budget in January will be us doing our best to put your priorities into the budget in the best way in which staff see reasonable. And for sure, there will then be an opportunity for members of council to shape the ways in which they are funded. So if you don't like the way in which we suggested funding something, if you don't like the balance of user fee impact to tax base or grant debts to user fees, then yes, for certain, there's plenty of time to shape that.
Third one, replacement of Emery's Bridge.
This particular one for me was kind of where would you bring the Side Road 3 bridge into this piece of it, or would you leave it for a separate conversation? 2.2 million is obviously a big price tag to put on that bridge, and that's obviously what they seem to be going at. But I remember early in the summer, Niall, I'd sent you some information about an outfit out of Orangeville. And I wondered if we ever heard any more back from that scenario. I know Chatter's using them right now. And as an option for reducing the cost, I guess is what I'm really after, where I think Side Road 3 would probably fit in. So I didn't know if you got more information from that Orangeville company or where we're at, if there's a report coming back on it.
Yeah, so there will be a report coming back at some point on Emery's Bridge, and yes, has been passed on. I also followed up with Chatsworth and definitely less than 2.2 million, not massively less than 2.2 million by the time it's bought and installed and everything else along those sorts of lines, but definitely a lower cost impact for the infrastructure. And it will be, when the engineers come back, they will include a range of different options for the replacement of Emery's Bridge. So 2.2 million is at this point, I'm used to them being sort of Class D type estimates. So it's a high level estimate. It could be as much as 40% less than that. It could be as much as 40% over that as well. I don't expect it will be based on what we've been told today. So we will be bringing Emery's Bridge back once we've heard from the engineers and they've done their background work as to the range of costs for the replacement of that bridge. This does not include Side Road 3. We could bring Side Road 3 back as a separate budget request. It would be a new dollar sum, and it would probably be a woollier number than 2.2 because we haven't got any of the background work done yet on Side Road 3, but we can bring that back as a budget request as part of the
Well, I would like to see Side Road 3 come back as a budget request. It's a totally different animal than what Emery Road is. Just for the fact that it's, it's only probably 15 feet across there, not whatever this is, 40 feet or whatever. But I would love to see Side Road 3 come back as its own. Again, I would love to see us put this on the table. I don't want us to start to get to the point where we're starting to ignore bridges and start closing bridges, which means you're closing a road. So that's my 2 cents on that.
So I think also we have to look at that one and realize that it wouldn't be 2.2 million in 2024. It would be a beginning part of that, and we're looking at budget in 2025 as well.
Yeah. And so that's one of the other things, when we're going away and we're looking at the costs for these things, some of them won't all impact. You won't have to hit the whole impact in 2024. Some of the projects will have, I'll look at, say, the old Beach Road Drive reconstruction. That's probably a project which has financial impacts in 2024 and 2025, just like we did with the 2023 budget. One of the ways in which we can work to try and make these work with the township's finances is actually look at how we might be able to break them across and actually put some of that cost impact into the next year. Now, we are obviously pre-committing then the 2025 budget, but that does mean that we can get these projects doing, and it reflects the timeline of the projects. They're probably not all going to happen within a 12-month window. Some of them will have some elements that roll over into the last one. So yeah, we can definitely do that with Side Road 3.
Cold in place recycling.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
It was really interesting last year to see the cold mix on concession 24. So from what I understand, that was if I remember correctly, it was a request to switch after the original contract had been handed out. So this time our request for proposals would be specifically for cold recycling mix. Is that right? Am I following all that correctly?
Yes, that is correct. We would actually put it right into the tender for the contractor to supply us with that type of technology.
And are there a lot of companies in this region that are doing that type of work? Or from what I understand, the company we used was mostly doing that type of work in further south in Ontario. So I'm curious how competitive the market is.
To the best of my knowledge, I believe there's 2 larger outfits within the township's limits, Walker Aggregates and the Miller contractors that are large enough that would have that technologies. You're going to probably see those 2 players within this tender.
So Walker, the Walker, they had a proprietary technique for laying it, but they're not the only company that does cold in place.
Well, I appreciate that that's part of this proposal right from the start instead of being added in. And just in case people haven't made that connection, it reflects some climate action within the other aspects of the budget, which is a great direction to head.
To feed off what Councillor Day had asked there, I mean, we've got some new members of the senior staff team. I'm interested in your take on cold in place asphalt for class 4 roads. I mean, it seems, when I look at it, and I made this comment last year in 2024, we'll never keep up on our roads needs if we only do 1 or 2 roads a year. And if we spend this much money on those roads, we're going backwards faster than we've ever gone forward. So they are class 4 roads. I don't want to lose sight of that. We are getting a suitable and a very superior road surface, but is there a better way to spend our funds? And so I look at it and I think, you know, I agree, these roads need to be done, but I'm concerned that this little bit of dollar value that we're taking at 3 roads, we're never going to continually move forward. You'll always be behind the 8 ball trying to keep up on our road surface. And is pulverizing and adding granular material and putting it back in, can we get more road surface done for the dollar value than what we get on some of these class 4 roads? So I looked at this report, I thought, okay, we had a couple of concerns. One is we had a report or a study done last year with our pavement condition indexes. We as council haven't seen that report. We don't know how our roads really classify. And here we've got a couple of roads that need, but is that the serious roads within the municipality? How are we going to get the best bang for our dollar? So I get, and my position is I get the dollar value, and I think that's a priority, and we need to allocate that dollar to budget. But I think we need to look at where's the best bang for our dollar. How do we expand that dollar and then look reasonably across the whole municipal surface?
Yeah, I can take first. I'll maybe take first crack at that. I think it's fair to say, and we're quite happy to share the pavement quality report. It's not a good read. Our road condition score is less than ideal. There's more red on that map than I think anyone should or would be comfortable with. I think there's a couple of things that factor into this, and we've had some fairly significant conversations, Jerry, Kevin, and myself on this one, is we're not sure we've got all class 4s. We manage them all as class 4s. We almost certainly have some that are class 3s, and probably have some of our class 4s that are questionable for class 4s. So I think that touches on a paper you're going to come to in a second. Understanding what roads we've got, I think, is an important step in helping make sure that we're targeting investment in the right places. And certainly what we've tried to pick for this one is a key east-west route for upgrading. This is not us committing to every road becoming cold in place recycling in the future. I think there are other ways of looking at roads and trying to stretch the dollar as far as we can. And so I think as we come through the asset management planning cycle, which we're hoping to bring back for some discussion, putting in place a road program rather than addressing singular roads. We want to put 10 years of road replacements in front of you and look at how we fund 10 years of road replacements. And that 10-year will be a balance of road replacements. I think one of the things I am going to briefly touch on, because it touches on the next one, is actually when we look at our pavement quality index, the roads that we have the biggest problem with are actually our urban cross-section roads, so our asphalt roads. They're not our single surface treatment, they're the asphalt roads. And we get into some fairly big dollars fairly quickly with a lot of that work. That's roughly summarised.
So one of the things that I thought with that cold in place recycling was the idea that instead of having 7 to 10 year lifespan, you now went out to say 15-year, which allowed you that many more years to get more roads done before you had to start going back and redoing them. So while it's a higher upfront cost, it extended the life of the road further than what we've had in the past.
That's definitely the theory, and we're hoping that theory works out. Unfortunately, we won't be able to tell you our experience with that for another 13 years.
Yeah, so that's what one of my questions today was, do we have any idea based on what was done last year, how that's holding up less than a year later?
Not yet.
No.
What we can learn, and I think it's
right now.
yeah,
It's in nice shape right now.
Yeah, thank you. I hope
Freeze thaw
so.
hasn't started yet.
I think what we can do, and Walker hinted at this when they did the lunch and learn, and I can't remember which county it is to the south of us, not that much further south. has been using this technology now and has pretty much done all of their roads in cold in place and are now just at the cusp of starting to turn them over. So we can certainly do some work as we come forward through the asset management planning cycle on trying to look at what the lived experience is with the cold in place as opposed to the typical granular. And I suppose the other thing worth briefly mentioning, and again, I'm teaching grandmothers to suck eggs, at the risk of teaching my grandmothers to suck eggs here. The ideal state is we don't get to the point where we're having to do this much work as frequently. The ideal state is we're coming in and we're doing the preventative maintenance on a more routine and regular basis so that we're extending that life cycle beyond the simple product that we're using, but we're looking after the road surface and trying to extend that base material as far as we can.
Which is what I think we should see, a single surface program, a double surface, a hot mix surface, tie it all into a study that was done.
Yes.
I just want to avoid where we do studies and put them on the shelf and we don't reference those studies.
Exactly.
My biggest reservation with concession 24 is that I don't know that a single surface on top of that was the right answer. And we'll know in March when we look at freeze thaws whether or not it should have been something thicker than that, a double or layer of asphalt or something. So
that being the case, can we then go back in and add another layer if we deem that it should have had a second layer?
you can. But that's their answer, not mine.
Yes.
We're kind of hoping we won't need to, because that's not in here.
It's not in this budget. That's
No, it's not in
2025.
the, yeah. Okay, any other questions or comments about that section?
So this stage, Sam, are we just going through these, making our comments? We're not prioritizing at this stage?
Correct. This is to allow your opportunity to ask staff if you had any clarifying questions. Later on, there will be the prioritizing exercise.
Okay, 7th Street Southwest rehabilitation. I had to go and look to see where that street was. It's definitely in rough shape.
It is a forgotten street.
It is, and it's a short little street. What questions or comments do we have on that one?
Owen Sound didn't want this one.
It's way at the south end of where Owen Sounds.
There's a chunk in the middle there too.
It's worth noting that the driver for this one is there's a broken stormwater infrastructure underneath there, so we need to get to that. If we didn't do anything to the top when we were digging a big hole in the road, it would feel like we cheated folks.
So that one, because of that stormwater, really needs to move up the list.
It's got a broken drain. It's had a broken drain for a year, could have a broken drain for another year. So
The outlet for that drain, does it tie it back into the county infrastructure?
there's 2 or 3 catch basins and some underground infrastructure, which is of a non-traditional design, was the way in which it was described to me. And it ties into a county culvert under 5. And that culvert was actually pretty blocked up. The county came in and cleaned it out as we were doing our work. So the system works, apart from we do have the collapse in our system.
Do we have any idea how many years since anything's been done on that little piece of road?
When were the houses built?
Yeah,
It looks like tar and chip now, I think.
Unfortunately, I don't have any historical
yeah.
knowledge on that road when the last maintenance was done.
Any other comments?
Sorry, if I may.
Oh.
It looks like, and I'm just going off of our citywide data, 1991.
More recent than I expected, actually.
Yeah, that's shocking.
Yeah, that's only, what, 32 years?
Yeah.
I would have thought those houses have been there longer than
This
that.
was just capital assets, which didn't come into play to be tracked until 2010. So once we're beyond the 2010 that were prior to it, sometimes the dates are a little less.
So if I'm following this right, the next is 2024 biennial OSIM?
Yep.
So that is to do with our capital for bridges, or no, sorry, that's the sourcing. But this is the study we need on all the bridges.
Yes, correct.
Quick question for you, Sam, then just in our operating budget, how much do we allocate per year for bridge maintenance, upgrades, that sort of stuff?
Bridges. Bear with me for one moment. I don't have full access to the server, so it's only what information I can quickly find in front of me, and I don't remember that number. So bridges is included in your drainage program, which has a base budget of $320,000.
We do every year try to do a preventative maintenance and upkeep of our bridges, and that,
Sorry, how much? 300 and?
$320,000 for your drainage program.
Yeah,
So
so
that's also your culverts, catch basins.
largely speaking,
which is
bulk of that,
bridges.
yeah, the bulk of that budget hasn't gone to bridges. The bulk of that budget goes towards culverts and drainage and so on and so forth.
What did we spend, if you don't mind, what did we spend last year on our ditching program with our contract ditching?
180.
Looks to be approximately $200,000.
Take that this year and put it into bridges?
We're, the proposal at this point is to take that and put it into drainage, not use a contractor.
On the same page, thank you.
Use our own
That's where I was
equipment.
headed. That's half the price of our new excavator.
There's no contractor being used this year
Thank you.
to the same extent. If a contractor is needed for a job-by-job basis, we'll use a contractor. We're not going to have a contractor on length of contract.
Did you have a question?
Been answered.
Okay, so on this one, I'm trying to skim real quick here. Do I not remember reading this, that we need to have a biennial inspection done of these bridges? So I guess my question is, we haven't been doing this, hence why it's coming in as a new budget item?
No, so because it is something new for 2024 that wasn't done in 2023, and council had not previously provided direction to include it in budgets every other year, it does come forward each time the report is required, or the inspections are required.
So if we were to look at this going forward, we should be putting the 35,000 in this year and then half that amount next year, building toward the next.
That would eliminate the need for us to come back and ask for this. So some of this stuff, you're quite right. Some of the stuff we're asking for now is actually stuff which should be built into a
Should be built in there
operating
already.
budget. But it's not. And so because it's not, it has an impact potentially on the tax base, and so it has to come forward as a budget request. Again, as we start looking at longer term budgeting, we can build this in and get it pre-approved so that it's built in and it doesn't impact the tax base every single time because it's just there.
So can we put that as something that, a possible direction that we would do, is look at the ask this year of 35,000, and knowing how prices are going, maybe put it in succeeding years at 20,000? Because then if,
Funding of it for.
yeah, so that it's just ongoing funding, and we know we're doing that, because if it's a legislated requirement, we should have it built in there.
Can I suggest, as we're in a strategic session, can I suggest that that's a recommendation that we build into the 2026 January budget presentation? We don't take it out of,
2026.
sorry, the 2024, on the 26th of January. I knew there was a 26 in there now. Rather than it coming out from today, because it feels like it's more appropriate for then than now. So we'll table that as
And I think that's what I was asking, is can we build that into what's coming back to be looked at? And I think going to a 20,000 a year makes sense, because we know prices are going to increase.
It really comes in as an operational expense, not capital.
Yeah,
At the end of the
yeah.
day.
Regulatory obligation, and it's a
Right.
operation expense, and I agree.
Are there more things like that that should have been part of the operating budget that are not? I wouldn't know what
Yeah.
to ask for.
So there's a bunch there's some in here which clearly are like that, and there are some in here which could be like that. So that might be the one obvious one that could be done in the way in which the mayor's suggesting just now. But you could look at, for example, the sidewalk program. You could say, we're just going to budget $140,000 a year for sidewalks from here to forever. Because we're already talking about needing to do it for 10 years. Well, in 10 years, we're sure as heck going to have to do the Sunset Strip. And then maybe after that 3 or 4 year program, we're then going to have to get into Cobble, and there'll be some stuff in Cobble that we'll need done. And then before we know it, we're going to need to be back in Shallow Lake. So there are some that can be built into programs like that. I would suggest, rather than operationalizing those costs, that's probably part of the 10-year capital plan, where you just have a capital line item for $140,000 a year across the whole 10 years for sidewalks, without necessarily identifying exactly which sidewalks are going to be done in which years. The other one that might be dealt with in a similar way, and it's on this list, I've lost my screen for a second, but I know it's coming up, is the sign reflectivity study. That's another one which there's a regulatory requirement around, and it might be worth, rather than trying to get them all done in 1 year, build a program which allows you to do a sample every single year and replace those every single year. And so there are some in here which do work as operating asks. Most of this is capital, but some of it would certainly work well when we bring the asset management plan back as an ongoing program of works.
Next is traffic count program.
Sure, why not? Great thing. I think it's a requirement, right? It has to be done. It should have been done years ago. Just assuming all your roads are class 4 is not necessarily the answer. I think it's municipality. We've gotten away with it for a number of years. Question being, do we have to hire a consultant for this, or can we do this within internal staff? Can you rent these machines? I don't know much about the traffic counting.
Sorry. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yes, there's definitely options out there, whether consultant, purchase machines, rent some machines. It ends up being quite I think of the right word here, but cumbersome for staff time, for running to place, putting them out for a certain amount of time, bringing them back, moving them, all of that. And there's a cost savings for sure of doing it with a consultant that hires university students, goes out. And I know we could do that as well, but we don't have the technology to do it appropriately. This is, I don't know, Kevin and I kind of went at this one together, but in my mind, to get it done in an appropriate amount of time with a certain limit for cost, I'm suggesting we go the consultant way.
And if I may, that would be an entire municipality one-shot deal in 2024. That's not breaking it up at all. Okay.
Again, because we don't really actually know what our classes are, it's a suggestion to try to bang that out once. And it's not a requirement that we have to do these traffic counts every year moving forward. It's we can do individual traffic counts moving forward year to year until maybe we at a point in time where we think there may actually be a change in use of a road, then we would go into a similar program like this again to verify.
Yeah, so this is a one-time touch. We've got the technology to update the individual road or an individual segment if we feel that something has changed on that one. We wouldn't be needing to go back out every 5 years or something on this one.
And I think we're going to be shocked by the results that come in. I really do.
I think we're going to find some are class 3. I'm hoping we'll also find some that shift the other way. I'm not quite sure on that end of the spectrum.
Can I ask a question? There was a traffic count program, or the lines that go across the road where you drive over and makes it to the town. There was that right in front of the stop sign at Shallow Lake there, in front of the church. How many of those do we actually own these? Or
We don't.
That's the county
Yeah,
road.
that'd be a county.
I see.
So is there potential savings if some of these roads that say we've had as a higher class drop down to being a lower class? Is there a lower maintenance standard so we could actually save some of this 50,000 in
So theoretically.
Shaking his head at me.
Paper and paper, yes, and theory, no.
So the theory is yes. We've taken a blanket approach, which means if we have over-egged the class more than we've under-egged it, then we have a savings because we can adjust. We're basically maintaining all roads as they were class 4. There is a lower standard for class 5. So if we've misrepresented class 4s as class 5s, then we will make a saving there. I think, and I suspect Mr. Councillor Winters' shaking of his head is along the same lines as us. There's probably more that are going to shift from class 4 to class 3, have a higher standard, than will go the other way.
You're not going to drive by a class 5 or 6 to come back to plow it later? Yeah. Savings?
Any further questions on that one? Sidewalk replacement. I think we can probably all agree that sidewalks, I think the initial idea of 140,000 a year in perpetuity is a good idea. How do we build that in then? What do we need to do to give that direction? So that the only time we see that come back is when 140,000 a year isn't sufficient and costs have increased to the point 160,000 is needed.
So I think that one is best left through the asset management conversation. It will be something that's coming back in 2024.
If I can ask just one question, I know years ago, back in the early 2000s, mid 2000s, council's position of the day was don't talk about sidewalks, don't look at them. We're not doing anything with them, just forget they exist. Here we are today, the new council sitting here saying $140,000 a year. Has the previous council in the last 4 years been given a map of here's all the sidewalks that exist? What is council's direction as far as standards and their life? Are we going to continue to maintain them? Are we going to replace them? Or are we going to remove them? Yeah. And I'm sure we have sidewalks in this municipality that don't do anything, don't go anywhere. I know Kilsyth is a prime example. When you drive by, I think the sidewalk width there is down to about 2 feet because the grass is growing in, nobody maintains it. There is no school there anymore. County's been great at putting in paved shoulders. I know on 170, they took sidewalks out, put paved shoulders in. So I only ask that. I mean, 140 is a number. It's out there. We've got miles of sidewalks that now exist in urban areas, but we also have sidewalks in certain locations that do they need to continue to exist?
So I think that's a good question. It's certainly not a question I can answer. I mean, I think staff's take at this point is in the absence of a direction such as you speak of, Councillor Winters, is that MMS applies. And accessibility legislation applies, but certainly I think it is worth us putting on the list of things to have a look at is look at our sidewalk network strategically and see if there are efficiencies that can be made in that network. Is all of that network necessary? And it's not out of the realm of what we're doing. So, for example, in Cobble Beach, through the development of Cobble Beach, we've agreed to sidewalks only being on one side of each street rather than being on both sides of the street. So certainly something we can have a look at.
Just to clarify, I didn't come here trying to create more work for everybody.
No, I think that's
wasn't the need.
Something that would touch with the asset management work.
Right, correct. And yeah, staff is looking at the prioritization of sidewalks to complete connectivities, for example, and, make a community as a whole embrace and to enhance community feels as well. So school zones, any areas such as that are high priority. Councillor Winters, he's just touched on sidewalks that basically go nowhere. There may be opportunities to just remove that at that time.
And put them somewhere where they are needed, yes.
Is there legislation for, like, as Councillor Winters mentioned there about Kilsyth, and right now it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot in Kilsyth there, but we do have a 37 house subdivision there, and there's to be one on the other side. Is there mandated legislation from the government saying you have to have sidewalks in a certain municipality of a certain size? Or, like, obviously there's no store there now, there's no garage, there's none of that there. Not to say that it'll never be back. Is there?
So generally speaking, the decision of whether a sidewalk or a multi-use trail or a cycle lane, one, other, or all of the above, is at the direction of the planning policies of the municipality. But there is legislation that covers them once they're in So once you put one in, whether it's a cycle lane, a multi-use trail, or a sidewalk, there's legislation set out in the minimum maintenance standards. And I should say, it's legislation to the point of which, as long as you follow the MMS, you can't get sued. So it's not strictly speaking legislation. It just means if you don't follow the MMS, you're open to cut checks if people get injured. So there is definitely legislation once they're in, but generally speaking, the requirement to put them in is a municipal decision.
So following on that then, if a sidewalk's already in, what about accessibility? Does it say that if people have been accustomed to using even a crappy sidewalk, that we must maintain it or repair it to keep the sidewalk always there?
I might turn to the manager of legislative services, Carly, to answer that one. My understanding is if we do any significant capital upgrade or replacement, we have to try to meet the Accessibility of Ontarians with Disabilities Act. There's no requirement to tear out a sidewalk that's not functioning, but if you are tearing out that sidewalk to replace it with a different sidewalk, you at that point have to be cognizant of the AODA.
Correct.
But AODA wouldn't insist that an existing poor one be brought up to a standard. You could tear it out. Okay. Old Beach Drive. This is the one I think would be in various parts, if I remember reading this one correctly.
So there's a base ask in this one, and then there are some options which really reflect on some of the conversation we had around servicing. Staff at this point are really looking at the base option, not doing the infrastructure upgrades that have been suggested to us as worth packaging with this. And that's largely a financial piece. It's not that they're not important, it's that we haven't yet had a chance to bed out what that financial perspective looks like. It's not to say it's a small ask. It's still a big ask.
So I guess maybe I'm confused. I was thinking, so I'm showing it as 2.64 to just rebuild Old Beach Drive.
Correct.
But if we need water mains and all of that done as well, would it not make sense to do all that at the same time?
So there's some, yes, it does. So if you cast your minds back a couple of weeks ago to when we had the presentation, and we didn't draw any attention to it, not because we were trying to hide it or anything else like that. It was in there. It's just that we were trying to cover a lot in that evening. On that presentation, there was a red line for a new main to go along Old Beach Drive. That new main is not one of the priority projects that was listed, and it was not in the table of priority projects. And the reason is that if you do the other work, you create the benefit that you would create by putting that main in along Old Beach. What Old Beach would do is create another loop in the system, which is a good thing to do. If we're doing a full reconstruction of Old Beach, it is the right time to put a main in. The right way of paying for a main, however, is to charge it back to the benefiting parties. And that's not something, as I understand it, that any of the residents on Old Beach have had any conversation about to this point in time. And I don't believe that we've had any pressure from those residents to come off their existing shore wells and go on to a main. So at this point in time, given that we haven't had that conversation, and that has a direct financial implication to those residents, we are not recommending putting that main in at this point.
That was going to be my comment. Without a survey and finding out whether there's interest in having a main put along Old Beach Road, that was the only way you'd really finance that. If you do not ask the residents and you don't try to apply it back as an extension of the water system funded by those parties that are benefiting from it, it's a waste of $800,000 put pipe under the road. It's not a good
point. We're saying it's not a recommendation that came out as a high priority through the East Linton plan. That looping can be created elsewhere. So we're not suggesting putting a main in.
I would suggest if we do move forward with that project, we would do some sort of survey
Yes.
beforehand to see if there's interest.
Yes.
Project in any form.
Yes.
So
Really silly to.
exactly. So we need to go and talk to the community about the project. We will 100% say, would you like city water at this point, or not city water, but municipal water at this point? It's 800,000. We know what the number is to put that pipe in the ground. It connects into the system at each end. There's no extra costs associated to that. So that would be a recommendation we'd bring back. It would be borne by the water base at that point.
We want to avoid at all costs doing what the Highway 6 did when they built the highway from the top down. Prefer to start from the bottom up.
So going on that, because again, when I was looking at this too, there, we got to, if we're going to do something about water, we got to have a starting point somewhere. We talk a lot, we haven't got anything done. So that was, and obviously a couple of good points here made that if we're going to go to the point of doing the road, we may as well do it and do it right. We put the, underground works in. So going away from that piece, then if we're going to do something about the road, what condition is there, is 2.6 a real number, or is it one of those ones where you can go in and just do a cold in place, just do a light top, redo it or whatever till we're ready? I guess is where I was kind of going there, because I was down that road not that long ago, and it's not great. It's great for slowing you down because you can't get going. So
it's quite an abrupt drive, it has to be said. So this is a body of work which was started by staff that are no longer here. So it was started in, as I understand it, 2020. The recommendation is there is no single surface treatment option that's really going to do anything for that road. It does need the full depth reconstruction. I think where staff's head are at is full depth reconstruction is probably going to, it's going to last a solid 10, 15 years. If it's well looked after on a road like that, relatively light use, it should last that long. Looking at the other priorities we have on the East Linton system, if we get to coming back to put that looped main back in 15 years' time, we'll be doing really well. Because you'll see the numbers that we're not recommending at this point that add a further, 6 million or 4 million onto that project price to do some of the priority work. We're going to need to do that priority work, and that's really where the investment should be. So at this point, staff's recommendation is, unless we hear strongly from the residents along there that they want the main right now, we basically don't do it. And it would be a project we would probably do the next time we reconstruct the road. So it's not like we don't want to do it now, but we're interested in doing it in 5 years. It will be a case of we're interested in doing it now, or we're probably not going to be budgeting to put this in for another 15 years at least. So we're not talking about pushing it out 3 or 4 years. We're talking about pushing out a chunk of time and addressing the other East Linton priorities, which, assuming you don't change staff recommendation on this one and add them back into the paper, we would be bringing back next year. Again, part of the asset management plan and part of a rates and fees study.
So that kind of brings back to the comment of, I guess, with consultation with the people that live out there, saying this is what we're planning on doing, you're 15 years out, and whether they say, no, that ain't going to work for me, I want water before then, or we need water before then, right?
And some of that will exist on, how happy they are with their well. We might get out there and find all of them have had real difficulties the last 2 years drawing water off their wells. We might find that they've never had any difficulty. The infrastructure's all good. Their pumps are great and everything else like that. And if they don't feel that they need to change, what we'll probably do, again, we're second guessing where this project would go, is, we're unlikely to get 100% support. So it would be a case of if, say, 75% of the street wanted to upgrade, we'd say everybody upgrades. You wouldn't necessarily need to connect. So not everybody would need to connect, we'd just put the main in. You'd still be paying if you're not connected, but you wouldn't be paying for consumption.
The 2.64 proposed dollar value on this project, is that assuming we hire a consultant, a design firm to design the contract administration?
Yeah, it's already designed. So we actually have already had a consultant was already engaged 2 years ago on this. So we already have preliminary designs. There is an element of the trail infrastructure, the sort of associated pedestrian infrastructure, which isn't fully designed. They would need to take that design on. But yeah, this would be a project which essentially would be outsourced from start to finish. And it would be one that Kevin would manage.
We need to have some sort of public consultation with the residents as well.
Yes.
So when you mentioned pedestrian and trail.
Yeah. The pedestrian infrastructure has come from comments that have been raised about vehicle pedestrian conflict. And is also driven by the fact that it is a cycling trails route as part of the waterfront trail. It's worth looking at, but no decision has been made, but the number you see before you would allow for, based on the numbers we've had thrown at us, the road reconstruction and some pedestrian infrastructure, whether that be a paved shoulder, a curb separated sidewalk or a trail of some sort, whether it be a separate trail with a sort of a boulevard in between them. The design hasn't been gone, but the number you see before you is designed to accommodate for that pedestrian infrastructure of some sort.
Thank you.
So when we're doing that road then, we have to make sure everybody's shore well is hooked up going under that road.
Yeah.
So that's a cost to the municipality to do for everybody along there.
So again, part of the consultation on this is we are going to strip the surface off and we're going to leave it as a granular surface. If you need to, we aren't putting a main down. If you need to upgrade your shore well, you get your contractor lined up for these 6 weeks. You got access to the road infrastructure for that time. And we can't really stop people from cutting afterwards, but we will do our best to make sure that any shore well line work, which would be at the obligation and the cost of the homeowner, would be done while we have the road pre-construction.
Conversely, there are municipalities that would put in conduits underneath the road for that reason, for future use.
That could be
North Bruce Peninsula just did it on one of their roads.
We could definitely look.
Every so many properties, there's a conduit under the road cap for future use, so. Yep.
I guess what I was thinking of there is there would be a cost if we had to put that across the road for everybody. And would that cost be the same as just putting the water line in? No, okay.
Good, but no.
We also have there's a number of,
Try it.
there's a whole bunch of, I mean, the reason it's quite the bumpy journey that it is now is it's drainage culverts. There's a large number of drainage culverts down there, which popped during the high water, as I understand it, a few years ago. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of those are old CSPs, they need replaced. And that's one of the reasons why the road is the way it is.
So is the idea to raise the road up to allow for high water events?
Beyond me now. It might be lower the culverts down.
From my tours down there, I don't think we could do any raising because then we're going to be stopping drainage on the house.
On the other side?
Yeah, I'm thinking that wouldn't allow for it, but that's anecdotal without actually looking.
Well, and I guess that's what I was thinking. If we were going to allow for high water and raise it, then you're doing the same thing on the other side. Where's the water going on?
We don't want the road, we don't want the road to become a shore defense.
No, and the ministry has changed some of their stormwater regulations regarding stormwater treatment, depending how you discharge, capture, collect, may affect this dollar value too.
Balmy Beach drainage.
I think we already discussed it.
We did
Kind of the last.
Close, we're close, but we're not in the same.
Not
the road.
like Old Beach and Balmy Beach are,
Well, true.
yeah. Are there not different issues up on Balmy Beach Road? Yes.
Yeah, so Balmy Beach,
And this runs right to Churchside Road is what we're talking about. So some of the issues are from just south of Church when it comes down onto Balmy Beach, yeah.
and at the highest level, the issue is getting the water from the upstream side of the road to the downstream side of the road.
Comments?
There was years ago, there was talk, and I can't remember if it was ever finished or not, but a stormwater study of Balmy Beach. I assume has been completed, it does exist. Recommendations in it, did it give many recommendations as far as?
Ish.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. Okay. I mean, the bottom line is we need outlets at the bay.
Yep. So ish, WSP I think it was, didn't it?
Right.
WSP was engaged a number of years ago and they identified the stormwater infrastructure on there. There weren't a great many recommendations that came from that. So the work that council's already endorsed this financial year is basically taking that and developing the recommendations. This is the first of those recommendations being presented at this point in time. And that was, the driver for that was twofold. One, to try and get that plan updated and moving forward from a recommendations perspective, but also recognizing that when WSP did their original work, the development plans in the upstream area were not on the table. So that's a Murray Davenport's development and
Georgian Shores?
Georgian Shores. Thank you. I always forget what they're called.
Would we say that there's also a third part on just drainage complaints and issues that we get on a daily basis for that area? It's a lot.
It is a lot.
So out of that WSP report, it gives suggestions for how to alleviate that?
The report we're getting done right now is building from that WSP stuff, refining it in places and making some recommendations.
So we're not really going to be able to make a final decision on Valmy Beach drainage until we've seen that updated report.
So this is phase one. There will be more work after this. So we know this is basically the re-establishment of a topside ditch, the replacement of buried, destroyed, collapsed driveway culverts on the top side, and the replacement of 4 of the major culverts that connect the topside ditch to the bay. So what we have down there is culverts which are up to 300 feet in length. These are huge culverts that run through either easements or handshake agreements. There's some questionable legal stuff down there. And they're all metal culverts. They're all rusting. And having looked at them, some of them are almost 50% full of debris. So some of the issues that Jerry's just mentioned, the complaints we get are the surface evidence of those culverts collapsing. So there's lots of sinkholes starting to open up. The top of the culvert's rusted, so everything you put on the top of it is now falling into it. We go in and fill the hole in, but of course, over time, that hole ends up blocking the culvert. So those culverts need replaced. They're about $500,000 a culvert to replace. And some of that, and this is one of the ones where there's a bit of we've taken a little bit of a pin and guessed. We know that 1 or 2 of those culverts sneak through private property and get very close to existing septic systems. So some of this work is going to be quite impactful because you can't remote bore a 1,500 culvert through. These are big 4 feet culverts that take very large quantities of water from the ditch on the top to the bottom side. So they're not functioning as they're designed to. They're supposed to convey the 1 in 100. The 1 in 100 now happens far more frequently, and they don't convey the 1 in 100. The second factor that's been identified is the topside ditch just doesn't exist in places. If you drive along the road, you'll see there's a number of places where lots have been fully graded to the road edge. And indeed, you can go along there and again start finding sinkholes where people have buried their culverts. And so the culverts along the top, so the water's now just cascading over the road and it's causing multiple downstream property impacts. So we already have a problem down there. This will relieve that problem, but it doesn't necessarily build that system to what it needs to be doing for the future, which will be subsequent phases. We don't have that answer yet.
So the $2.25 million ask here, I guess I'm a little unclear as to what that's going to cover if we don't really know where all the problems are there yet.
So it will cover the problems we already know are occurring today.
And the further report is going to outline
what we need to do in the future to maintain and upgrade that system to be able to continue to cope with storm and climate change events and the upstream development.
Anybody else have comments or questions?
Just, have we had any conversations with the culverts on private property or suspected private property for replacements, for easements? Have we done any of that yet?
We've started doing the searching. We own 2, and we think 2 are privately owned, but with easements. Whether or not the current homeowners know they have an easement in favor of the township, my gut would tell me they almost certainly don't.
Machine there, they'll figure it out.
Yeah. The other thing is the interesting thing is on at least one of those 2, and I don't know the other one off the top of my head, but on at least one of those 2, it's the most magnificent little area of bush between 2 properties, which will be completely removed in order to get access to the 4-foot culvert underneath that bush.
That doesn't bode well for climate change.
The other way of doing it, we mentioned it briefly during the East Linton stuff, purchasing property to put those through, because the reality is we only own a very small corridors between Balmy Beach Road and the bay. And so we've been reliant on, these 4 or 5 major culverts to take all that water from one side to the other. And they're not just a culvert under the road, they go culvert under the road and then under all of the property, all the way to the shore. So we have asked the consultants to look at alternatives such as open ditches. So just a culvert under the road and then an open ditch on the bottom side if there's space. And certainly that's something they're going to look at. But what you see in front of you is just a replacement at this point. We've still got work to do if we go forward on this one. This is one of those ones which is probably a 2-year project, not a 1-year project.
So the property known as the Martins along there is one where we kept that easement right through to be able to go through. Okay. And we have more like that or need more like that?
So we've got 2 easements, as I understand it, and 2 that we own. Is that right? We might need to double check that. We definitely own 1 and we definitely have some easements. The Martin estate is an interesting one. I have to double check with, I heard a rumor that they'd withdrawn their subdivision application, which would mean we no longer have an easement through the Martin estate.
I heard that too. So there's a subsequent report coming back after the consultant, but some recommendations and a plan on this.
There still is, just to build on Niall, there is still quite a bit of background research that needs to be completed in this area, such as legal title searches. We'll move forward, in theory, doing legal title searches to establish those easements. However, if those easements do not exist, it further complicates and compounds this project. Because then you can either negotiate with the homeowners at that point, or I don't want to use the word expropriation.
So who's doing the title searches then? Is that where we're hiring?
That's where this project starts. We're at the point really where we need council authority to start on a $2.5 million project.
Oh, go ahead, Isaac, sorry.
2.25 million proposed. Would any of that money be allocated for purchasing these properties if they came out?
So, as I say, 4 culverts are about $500,000 a piece, and then the topside ditch, which is relatively low value, or lower value.
I would like to get a better understanding of this whole piece down there.
Yeah.
I've drove down there 15 times now. I don't know where the 4 culverts are. So I would like to ask if we could have a tour, if anybody would like to go and have a tour and show us where these things are. And if we'd have, I would personally like that to have a better understanding.
So this is definitely on the list. So we have a council tour booked for, I think it's May next year or something like that. And this is one of the sites that's on the list to go and see. So you can actually see some of the infrastructure that we're talking about, and poke your head into some of it and see some of the problems we're dealing with. The reason it's on the list today is it's been we've got current community complaints. We've got, I know more residents by name on that street than I think any other street in the township, because they have had consistent complaints, and with, part of it is to do with service level. They're at the brunt of climate change. To be fair, this is one of the streets which is receiving the biggest impact of climate change. They have a system which was designed, looking at WSP stuff, to meet a 1 in 100 year event, which means that in about every 100 years, they should expect the system to be flooding. The system's flooding once every 3 or 4 years. And this year it flooded twice, because A, it's no longer working to a 1 in 100, and B, let's say it's working to a theoretical 1 in 25 year flood event. 1 in 25 year flood events are happening once every couple of years now. So the system's not performing as designed, and we've got different climate that impacts the level, the frequency with which it floods. The other thing that's noted in here is people may not have noticed those floods 20 years ago because they had a sump pump or they had an unfinished basement and they only went down there 3 times a year. If it was a bit damp one month and it was dry the next month, they weren't too fussed. Now, of course, we've got, much larger houses. We've got some significant redevelopment that's happened down there, significant imperviousness of landscaping and gardens and everything else like that. So these flood events have a bigger impact on people's lives.
Which leads to a question I've been thinking about for statement number 2 on the 3rd page of the document regarding the development changing and the yards changing. How much of an impact would be made if the yards in that area were made into more rain? Like Greg County has done that, we're creating a rain garden. Would that help alleviate individual flooding at those houses, or is the problem too great? I imagine the problem's too great to just be solved through gardening, but.
No, I think you make I think you make a good point, Councillor Day, and I think that would definitely be something that if we were to start this work, we should definitely be encouraging owners to consider on both sides of the road. Any work that residents do that encourages infiltration and encourages water to permeate the landscape will have a positive impact on the amount of water that we then need to deal with on the topside ditch that we need to convey to the south side. It will also, any system we put in will flood at some point. And so by doing those improvements to your yard, you actually lessen the impact that those events will have when they do happen. So there is definite benefit to doing it. If the depth of the question was, could we offset our need to spend this money by spending that money on encouraging people to improve their yards? Unfortunately not, because the system as designed is currently not performing as designed.
But as part of a broader cultural shift, we could help
Yes.
nudge people in that direction through social media and whatnot, which would be relatively inexpensive.
Absolutely. And doing a project like this, and indeed working with somebody like the Conservation Authority to see whether we could tap into grants that homeowners might be able to apply for to help with rain gardens and stuff like that, that is that's a really important part that we would be able to build into a body of work like this so that we can help homeowners and residents help themselves through the impacts of climate change as well.
So if I could go back to something Grant said about a tour, that occurred to me earlier when I was going through everything. It would be helpful if staff looking ahead at what's going to be possibly brought forward for budget, to have that incorporated into a tour so that we see all these different things and we maybe don't have as many dumb questions when we get here.
These are not daft questions, and that's staff's very clear intention with the tour that we hope to do next year. Is we hope to expose members of council and share with members of council some of the pressures and priorities of future years.
And I know we used to do sort of a somewhat roads tour and check things out previously, and it was helpful.
Yeah, we're going to grow it from the roads tour. The intention is to cover some of the roads as well, but we definitely want to talk about, community facilities, go and visit Campbell Arena, have a poke around at Shallow Lake and look at some of our parks and washrooms and culverts.
Okay, so moving on to Kemble drainage improvements. Anybody got comments or questions here?
Came this far, let's keep going.
I was going to suggest.
Like on the Kemble piece, sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, not just overall. on the-
Right. To finish that up with the stormwater pond, yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
This was on my top 10 for sure. This is a big piece last year.
Okay, I'm going to suggest we've hit the end of that section, that we take a bit of a break, because if I don't get around and plug this thing in, it's going to die. And that'll be the end of me leading anything.
Are we staying live when we have a break?
Sorry,
Wait for the sign.
you shut us down. Awesome.
The camera is very
I'm watching Rayburn, but Carly's over there giving me the thumbs up. Okay, we're good to go. Portable toilet service provider for 7,000.
I have one quick question. Will it says replace, will that mean the old washroom facilities are removed as well, or is this just for the cost of the outhouses?
You'll see the removal come back a little bit later.
I was going to say, I think that's somewhere further down.
Further down,
Yeah.
sorry. Thank you.
I guess my question on that one, is that not a small enough item that it just, or because it's a brand new, it has to be a new ask? Well, it makes sense to approve it. I'm speaking for myself, saying that's kind of a no-brainer. So then it would automatically be in each year's budget. We're not coming back and asking that every year. Okay,
So this is one of the ones which is an operating ask.
right.
So where we've clearly made it an operating ask, you'll approve it one time, it will then go into every base budget. So it's a percentage impact this time, but it won't be a percentage impact in the future.
Is the intent to have them there 12 months of the year or just seasonal?
No seasonal.
Yeah, we only operate them seasonal now. We
Okay.
close them up in winter. Maintain.
May to October, I think I just saw there.
Yep. I probably read that. There's some pretty nice
There was a
ones out
lot of
there.
reading.
Yeah.
Do we get the deluxe units that have hand washing stations?
I think in the paper, I said the accessible units would be the ones that we would want on site, which is what we have right now at the boat launches. So it's basically just expanding that program and getting a service provider in place for them.
If we can, we'll encourage them to give us as nice or portable washrooms as they can, but the prices for blue water boxes. Yeah,
It depends on how well you keep them.
yeah.
Like if they're kept in really good cleanliness, so they don't have to do major when they come back, but that's not really reliant on us.
We had issues this year, I think 1 day, maybe 2 days at Big Bay, just because of the sheer volume of use and the timing of the schedule of cleaning, but we then tweaked the schedules and it worked out okay after that. I think, and certainly Zach and I have had the conversation, if you go up to Tobermory in the summer, they have a bank of really quite nice portable washrooms that they put in up there. I don't know what sort of maintenance requirements they have or anything else like that, but we'd certainly have a fair volume now. We'll talk to the provider to see what they might be able to give us.
Did we send that out for tender? We ever tender that out? Like, I'm already thinking of another competition company out there.
Probably worth us posting this one.
Yeah,
See.
currently we don't, but
Like there's Wilton Sanitation out of Western, right? So they,
there's 3 or 4 companies that are
Yeah.
within a reasonable distance.
yeah.
We'll certainly be getting quotes.
So who looks after putting the ones in Tobermory? Is that the municipality up there?
I believe they're,
Or Parks Canada?
yeah, I was going to say municipality, but I'm not so sure. It could be.
There's a community improvement group up there as well, so it could be a mixture of
Okay.
anybody.
If you're ever up there, they are the nicest portable washrooms. They're on the far side of the docks.
Okay, so next item is regulatory and warning sign retro reflectivity inspection and inventory update. Questions or comments? Again, is this not one that's legislated that we have to have this done?
Yes.
So it should be, sorry, I forget if I read that it has to be done every 5 years?
Every year.
Every year.
It has to be done once every year, max 16 months apart. So just giving you the allowance, if you did it in April 1 year, you could
Do it August
lay
the
it
next year.
4 months later the next year, but you have to do it every year.
So is this new regulation? So we haven't been compliant, okay. So this would again be one that we really don't have a choice. It's here because it's new to us, not because we shouldn't have been doing it.
That's a really good question.
So to me, some of these should almost be under the heading of a must-do. They're not really optional for us to look at and say, no, we don't think we're going to do that this year.
It's not always as black and white as that. We have chosen in the past as a township to not follow this legislative requirement. We could, as a township, continue into the future to not follow this legislative requirement. There are times where we don't meet legislative requirements for various different things, and there's all kinds of reasons for that. Sometimes it's budget, sometimes it's staff resource capacity, sometimes it can be all manner of things. As your CAO at the minute, I would suggest that we do our best and strive to meet the legislative requirements wherever we are able to do so. The risk of not meeting those legislative requirements are an increase in liability exposure potentially. But as I've said in the past, we haven't followed this one for a number of years. And so the risk this year is actually not really significantly any greater than it was last year, aside from the fact we've had a conversation around it. So yes, I think this should be a priority. And yes, I think meeting legislative standards should be a priority. But you do have a choice.
So given that, I'm surprised that insurance companies aren't insisting we follow some of these.
I don't think we want to open that up right at the moment.
No, I don't either, but I'm just surprised that something like that one could be optional when there's a liability.
So just for clarity, I'm not going to say it's optional. I think it's one, we could make a choice not to do it. I'm not saying that would be a good choice to make.
So part of this is to buy into the Advantage data collection base, right? Is kind of the right dependent. So to have that piece, it's $13,000. Is that correct?
Yeah.
To get the 5-year contract.
Yeah.
It's really a system that's going to tell us when we should be going to check out whatever we should be checking out. We don't do that. Like, I guess what I'm thinking is, do we need that, or do we have the manpower staff that we should be able to look after that?
So the reason why this company Advantage was data collection was placed into this report is that they did it for the township in 2014. They have the expertise, the equipment, because it takes specialized equipment to do, and they're good at it. I can tell you right now, there's no way we can get staff out there right now in a year 1, 2, or 3 probably that could do it as quick as them and put the information in and provide us with a database back after it's done for $13,500, right? It's good bang for the buck to hire a company to undertake this work on our behalf. I have done it in-house in the past. Just the apparatus that you need to do it is $15,000 to $20,000 just itself. So utilizing a company to undertake it for us and provide us with an electronic database back makes sense.
That's good information for sure.
And then in 5 years, if we did have the staff capacity and resources in-house, it's a program we can assume.
And in that 5-year time frame, we would be hoping that all signs have been brought up to the right standard.
It would be my assumption and hope is that because of the way this regulation works, we're going to be doing all the signs in the municipality. If they fail, they must be replaced.
Yep.
So, but not every sign in the municipality is going to fail. But next year, there may be another chunk, just because it depends on what direction they face, how much sun they get, all those different things, on how long they last. So it's not going to be 5 years from now we're going to be up to date. It's going to be an ongoing thing, no matter what. That some years, okay, this one's going to be a big one, because we know when we did it in 2014, from what I hear anyways at that time, we actually didn't replace any of the signs that were told were failed, or not the full amount of them. It may have been a part of it. So they probably at the time tried to bite a little bit at a time, but it seems to have dropped off again. I'm only going with rumors because we only have 1 or 2 staff that have some history on that. But yeah, it'll be a big bite. It'll be a slightly smaller bite probably the next year, a slightly smaller one, but then after that, it'll be probably about the same ongoing after that.
And future could be changes in regulations for actual signs. If it gets deemed that stop signs can no longer be this large, but must be this large, then we're replacing them all.
Potentially, yeah, for
Okay.
not seeing that.
So on that, I mean, you've heard me say over and over again today, I'm looking for cost savings. I haven't challenged Jerry on this because I think this is a good idea. It was tried in-house. It was tried with existing staff. If you don't dedicate the people and the desire to do it, it doesn't get done. Go home tonight on your way home and drive through the municipal roads and tell me if you can find all the signs that glare back at you at night. You can't. One of the things that I have noticed over the years, when the original intersection signs were done by the county, they were done incorrectly, and stickers were provided to the municipality to go around and put Georgian Bluffs on all of the intersection signs. So I want you to have a look at that, because I think that's something that should be addressed. It gives the road name, gives the fire numbers, but the municipality is faded on most of those signs.
Whether it's Derby or Keppel or.
Yeah, it said Georgian Bluffs. So I mean, if you were a tourist coming to this area, you're on concession 14 and Grey Road 17, and you need to phone 911. You can say I'm at this location, but you can't read what municipality you're at. But I noticed that is a huge issue throughout the municipality, and it's something I think we should look at.
Okay,
So there's a,
I can't comment to that. Grey County has put an initiative forward with all the lower tiers to try to replace all of the number plates at all of the intersections. So we are looking into that.
probably will get cleaned up then. Okay, thank you.
The one that's at the corner of Highway 6 and the old drive-in road that has Keppel spelt the wrong way might get fixed.
Is that at the highway intersection?
It is. It's a highway sign, isn't it?
Did you, not to,
We can,
I think they actually spelled right on one side and wrong on the other side.
has the roundabout at Elvanley been fixed? Elvanley spelled 2 different ways depending which way you're coming.
Apparently it's not a rural problem, because Claremont Avenue in Toronto is spelt 3 different ways from the north to the south.
Private road maintenance.
I think this is a good thing. I mean, we've talked about it and talked about it. We've had user groups come forward. You know, how do you provide courtesy grading? How do you do something? We promised them that we would move forward with something in our 2024 budget. I think this is a great initiative to put something there so we can come up with a plan on how we're going to deal with requests moving forward.
It's on my top 10 too. Yeah.
Are we still asking questions and not?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
But that's the main point of this point.
Yeah, to clarifying questions all the way through. Did you have a question, Tobin?
No questions.
Okay. So is this one, though, not part of a larger report that we need to have as to designation of different roads?
Yes, so I think this is kind of a stopgap measure. I don't know if it's enough, if it's too much, or if it's the right solution. Kind of tied into the traffic count program and the review of our classes of roads. We do need to do some work on service levels for roads, and again, that comes back again. I've said it more than once, and I don't want to build up too much excitement in your minds, but the asset management sorts relies on this as well. So there is a body of work required for us to understand the road network that's outside of our road network and what its service levels and needs might be. So see this as a sort of an interim stopgap measure to try and address a council priority, but not necessarily the full solution.
Okay. Next item is the compact tractor replacement, the V234. Anybody want to speak to this one? I think the report's fairly self-explanatory why we need that. If there's no further comments or questions, we'll move along.
But I do have a question.
Go ahead.
I will ask a question. So
Yep.
we're replacing obviously we're replacing a tractor for a lawnmower scenario. What's the state of the one that we presently have?
So it's replacing the compact tractor with another.
Right.
It's, like are you asking, like, if?
Is it done? Is it?
It's not working right now.
It's not, okay.
Yeah, it's not working.
Sprung a leak.
And for maintenance, they identified an issue with an oil leak. We're looking to replace it. There obviously is still some value if we want to offer it either for trade-in or put it on Gov deals. There's some value that way for it to recuperate some of the value that's still in there.
We've been advised it needs a new engine, that one, basically.
No, that's great. I didn't know whether it was an ask. We wanted another newer tractor or whatever, but obviously it's got an engine leak or whatever. It's got lots of issues and something to think about for sure. That's the only question.
Okay. Purchase replacement for the M245 chipper. Is this the one that I've heard about before that doesn't meet any safety requirements that we got used from the county?
The one we had doesn't get used and will never be used again. It doesn't have anywhere close to the appropriate safety equipment on it.
So,
Go ahead.
yeah, so going back to looking for this chipper, and we've talked about this, we had a discussion all summer about ditches and having the new excavator around with the brushing blade stuff on it. Obviously, the intent is we are going to get a lot better at that piece of it. I don't want us to go out and get a new chipper for it, and we don't get the work done that we need to get done, right? So I guess.
So the chipper is a standalone unit,
Yep.
which would be used for larger debris, which we bring down with chainsaws. But yes, the intent is it's to be used.
And again, I want to, we went through this all summer with getting ditches done and brushing done, and we're wanting to see that get done and don't think it really got accomplished. So again, I don't have a problem with the idea of getting this as long as we're going to utilize it to the fullest extent.
I think you'll find, not that I want to blow Jerry's head up too much, and if Matt's listening, blow Matt's head, and indeed the entire rest of the team's head. Next year is going to be a very, very different year to this last year.
Well, and it makes a lot of sense to have our own chipper and not be trying to rent from anybody else when everybody, if we need it because of a storm event, so does everybody else. So,
I'll be honest, I was 6 2/3 until Jerry pointed that very fact out, is, for the amount of work we need a tripper for, we can probably rent one for the routine stuff we're doing, but you're quite right. The day we need it is going to be the day that everybody else needs it, and we wouldn't be able to get a rental. So that's I think rental purchase, if it was just routine work and we never needed it in a pinch, it's 6 2/3, but needing it in a pinch really benefits the purchase.
That's a standard statement for the whole operations department.
Yeah.
If you were a business, you'd go bankrupt.
Yeah, well,
You need it, you need it.
yeah. This may sound a little crazy, but is there an option then in a storm event where we've used it, done what we need to, we can reach out and help other municipalities? Might be one of those things, either you rent it out to them or you actually, as a way of working back and forth, because maybe there's something they have that we need someday.
I would say that would be, I'm going to be very open with with all of our neighbors. We've got great relationships with everybody, and it would be back and forth in both directions. So if we had the tornado go through on ours, this one chipper we're talking about right now, probably not going to cut it anyways. So we would be looking elsewhere for renting a second one, or looking at our neighbors to assist as well, all depending on emergency, if it's declared, not declared, what our emergency, which I don't have a grasp on yet, but if we have any documented reciprocal agreements with our neighbors, that we would go both ways with our equipment for sure. I'm not sure about renting it to them or how that will work at that time, but again, yeah, I would be more than happy to assist our neighbors in that case for sure.
It'd be nice if the county had a plan with the 9 municipalities.
The county does. So there is a master equipment list of larger scale pieces of equipment like chippers and stuff like that. The 9 member municipalities update periodically. One of the challenges the county has had is in getting that list updated, and so it's a little out of date. And the request for updating it went around not so very long ago. So there is a list.
Okay. Shallow Lake Dog Park. So this was a recent that council's approved based on budget. I don't think there's a whole lot extra there, Tobin.
Oh, no questions. I just, and maybe this is more relevant later, but it will take time for the Shallow Lake residents to fundraise. So just wondering if they took 2024 to fundraise, I feel like I'm jumping ahead, but perhaps it could be deferred until 2025.
So any of these items can be deferred. The reason why it's on the list this time is the way in which the dog park is most likely to come together is a large capital cost to start with, and then ancillary capital costs to top up. Because the big cost is putting a fence in, basically putting the hard infrastructure in, and those are the items which are not necessarily sexy for fundraising for. Nobody wants to pay for a chain link fence. It's a boring thing to pay for, but it's much easier to raise money for a shelter, for seating, for trees, for whatever it might be that adds to that. And so the breakdown we're proposing is that the township take the kind of dull bit and get that done first, and then that allows the community, actually amplifies the community's efforts to be able to fundraise for making it, enhancing that space over time. And as I'm sure you're aware, it's sometimes very difficult. We always have those thermometers for fundraising. It can be very difficult if there's no progress until you get to the 75,000. This allows the community to have progress from day one, and a dog park to be there, and then for that dog park to get increasingly. So that's why it's in for this year, but yet there's no reason why that and any other item couldn't be deferred.
Yeah, go ahead.
Niall, for you, how far in terms of the infrastructure, where are they hoping to go with this dog park? I understand there's picnic tables. In terms of infrastructure, what are they planning on putting there?
So I think a lot of it depends on how much money they can raise, but the things that have been talked about are some sort of a straight shade structure. That could be as simple as a shade sail. It could be a gazebo. It could be a gazebo in each one of the 2 dog park areas. Tree planting is a strong part to try and create some shade and cover in the space. They've had ideas about putting a dog bag and dog bag dispensers up and keeping those up to date with a volunteer group. There's been some talk about, and obviously quite a long way down the line, the idea of maybe doing rain collection and water for dogs to have on site in some way, shape or form. Pathways, play equipment for dogs, so that the community, and I know you're aware, the community's got lots of good ideas. I think the first ones are shelter, seating and trees. Yeah.
They were here Friday night, starting their fundraising efforts, so.
Oh, that's
Yes,
fantastic.
yeah, they were.
Yeah, I'm very supportive, just, it's, when you look at everything we need to do, it's hard to prioritize.
It is, there's a lot, yeah, for sure.
Niall, through your preliminary grant investigation, is there any opportunity for grants for this?
This one's an odd one. I haven't found anything yet that would respond to this one well. We've got Corey looking at the list, and this is one of the ones that's on the list that Grant Match, our service, is looking at. This one hasn't leapt off the page as being one that would necessarily draw funding, but it is the sort of thing that every now and again funds do pop up for, and this would be one. Particularly with the community level of community involvement, this one is one that would definitely tick some boxes and grants I've seen in the past, but nothing that's open at the minute.
I think it's a great initiative. I'm just, with everything else in front of us, I just struck how we're going to fund this and, how do you represent all the municipality at this one time? But if there's funding opportunities, then looking forward to seeing that.
That's a great point.
Yeah, I was going to echo the same thing as Rick there, that I'm not against the initiative one bit, but when we're looking at what everything else we got to accomplish here, and we're going to dish out the first 75,000 and not really be knowing for sure whether there's any more money coming to finish off what we started, is a little concerning for me at this point. But I'm definitely not against the project. I think it's a great idea. I just, a couple concerns there on that.
So I think even if we did get this one started, though, if it didn't get a picnic table or a park bench, it's still a dog. So we would have put the basic structure there. They're going to provide the frills. So if it takes them 4 years to get the frills, so be it.
I'd feel better supplying the picnic table at this point.
You've talked to them. Multi-use trails is next. 150,000 capital road construction. This is paved trails. So the one that's in by Keppel Sarawak, comment had been made at one time about turning that section of unopened road allowance over to the school and letting them have it. Is that still an option or no?
It's definitely still an option. I haven't discussed it with the school board, but it's definitely an option. Not sure I'd take it right now.
It's a mixed blessing if you're giving it to them in very poor condition.
Yeah.
I suspect if we were to upgrade it and offer it, that would be something that might be a different offering. There is definitely a conversation that should be had because that road allowance runs right the way through the school grounds. So the top end at Findon Street is a typical sort of unopened road allowance between two private lots, but it then becomes part of the running track at the school and runs right the way through the back half of the school.
Where the school is actually utilizing portions of it now, but it's still really our property.
Exactly.
So I guess that's where the conversation started was, should we look at just divesting of that and not having school functions going on our property?
I can certainly, offline from this issue, I'd still have got to reach out to the school board about this issue to confirm their desires. If this was to bubble to the top of the list, then I was going to have to do that anyway, so I can reach out and find out where that conversation sits.
And from what I understand, it offers a safe way to access the school. The front of the school
Yes.
doesn't have a sidewalk, so
Yes, so it gets the kids off 24th Street West where there is no sidewalk.
That's where this issue is driven from, is the
Yes.
desire to get the kids off 24th.
Yep. Okay.
You wouldn't get all the kids off 24th. They still drift in from that side, but all the ones that are drifting in from the other side would no longer need to loop all the way around and down 24th.
Right, they're just coming to that portion, yeah. Yep. Okay. Rail trail improvements. Who has questions here?
how was the rail trail paid for when it was created? That's before or a time when I was not in Grey Bruce.
Given. Donated to the
The-
municipality.
The land and then the initial
It was a rail.
maintenance? It
trail.
already was.
That's where the original train,
Were the railroad still there and had to be taken out, or?
I believe they were removed prior to it becoming ownership by the municipality.
Because that's where the train ran into Owen Sound, right? Yeah, that's right.
went right around through Shallow Lake,
That's
yep.
right.
Question to you, Sam. How much do we normally put in our operating budget per year for rail trail maintenance?
This is a really small amount.
$5,000. That includes the weed control aspect along the rail trail.
I'm looking at Zach, did we not do a section of the trail or something got done on it last year? Or was it one of the groups did it? I just remember my son saying they were walking along and all of a sudden there was spikes and everything sticking up because the trail had been widened?
There was some grading done through the support of the ATV club. That section in particular was probably the Ben Allen to Road 17 section that had some washout from a spring storm. So they paid particular attention to that area.
Now, this would have been Side Road 15 area.
If I may, there was, I believe, a delegation to council where someone came forward asking for materials to be bought for them to repair fencing along the rail trail.
That's Bill Turner each year.
Did that.
Yeah, that,
We also put calcium down this year on it. Yeah, we put dust suppression this year.
We own the apartment in August when we're doing our second cut. The ATVs rip by and it's just like this. I don't know. It's insanely dusty. Our hay gets covered in it. I was going to ask if we spray calcium.
Yeah, we put dust suppression down again. We bought the dust suppression and it was applied by the ATV, South Bruce ATV Club.
It's brutal on that trip for sure. It can get very bad.
And that section, that curved section is quite loose. And one of the points of this is to try and get a top wearing surface, about a slightly more bound surface on the top to try and help mitigate some of the dust. There are some sections where it's becoming the base ballast rock from the rail trail use is becoming exposed.
So looking at the document provided, it appears like this is something where grants might be possible and matching funds. So we just would need to put in the commitment in order for you to apply for the grants. Am I reading that scenario?
You are reading that correctly, but that commits the budget.
Yeah.
So we have to commit the budget, and then we might be able to, if we're successful in getting the grants,
But we might not be able.
but we might not be successful in getting the grants. So the budget has to be committed. Hopefully, we then lower the impact and pay back to the reserve or free up some cash that can go somewhere else.
Question then on that, just to clarify a point. So when we commit the budget in January, we have to commit funding sources for each of these. Can we commit this based on funding by grant?
So, sorry if I may, so you'd be looking to endorse the project, but only if it has grant funding successful. So you would,
Hypothetically at this time, yes.
so I guess from a staff perspective, you would be endorsing the project. Then that gives us the opportunity to go to grant match and say this was a priority of council. Please highlight or definitely look into projects that might fall within this. And it could be that it doesn't happen if we don't get a grant. And that is a possibility. Yep.
So for example, let me open up I think we've asked for how much a year? 70,000 a year, was it?
Yes.
So if for example, council wanted to provide direction that they were prepared to support a $70,000 project, but only commit $35,000 of cash, therefore if we don't find the match in 35, nothing happens. That would be sufficient for us to move forward on that basis.
Because my question was gonna be that 350,000 over 5 years, could that be 100,000 instead of 350,000 over 5 years?
You can tell us, we think it's a $350,000 project. You can say we're only prepared to put 100 towards it. The project, you either do $100,000 worth of work and that's it, or you do 350,000 or more, depending on your ability to leverage grants for this work.
What are the perceived negative consequences of not doing this work?
That's a good question. I think it's fair to say our rail trail is pretty good. If you look at some of the other rail trails, and Zach and I have had this conversation, our rail trail's pretty good. You go to some of the others, they have a vegetated median because they're lightly used, and ours doesn't. Ours is a full width trail throughout its most of its length and is well used. There are sections which are challenging, particularly as you come up from Owen Sound through Ben Allen. There are parts of that trail which are quite challenging. There are some culvert crossings there which are probably could do with having some work done. I wouldn't say they're at the point at which the trail is likely to fail, though. So I don't think that, not doing work next year means that the trail ceases to exist a year after. We do get complaints about the looseness of surface in some areas, and we've had complaints about the dirt that's generated from some of the areas where the ballast rock, the black rock, gets exposed. It's a dirty rock, and that causes some challenge. I think this is more around the opportunity that might exist. Our wayfinding on the trail is basic at best and largely driven by the ATV Club and the Snowmobile Federation at this point in time. So I think there's much more we can do in terms of promoting the trail. And I think that's where the biggest opportunity lies, particularly from Ben Allen to Parkhead. It's level and flat and has tremendous accessibility opportunities. At this point in time, the surfacing and the way marking aren't ideal for supporting that level of use, but with some investment definitely could be.
Money over no object, I would be completely 100% supportive of all of it. And I'm still supportive, but I realize I'm jumping ahead.
So is there a chance to partner with other groups like the ATV? Would they put money toward?
So in essence, at this point in time, the ATV Club and the Snowmobile Club are managing that trail fully on our behalf. But the ATV Club, I think, put almost $20,000 of investment in this past year. They're the ones that they write a lot of the grant applications. They're doing all of the work essentially in terms of the improvements of that trail. And then the Snowmobile Club do a lot of the brushing that's required on the trail.
Considered multi-use.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm a big cyclist, so I know snowmobile trails, ATV groups, they do a great job, but they don't need the same kind of surface
No.
that the other multi-use part of that requires. So that would add to that, right?
And that's definitely some of the pushback we're starting to see. Is that
That's right.
the maintenance is being done for the users that are doing the maintenance. The section in Ben Allen it's less than ideal for hiking now, and it starts to get less than ideal, and it's definitely far from ideal from cycling perspective in certain sections.
We have heard from hikers in the past about the trail.
Yes.
I was going to comment on that when we were at that Grey Roots Day with the education session, and you taught one of the climate change, the piece on climate change, and I said it with you. After that, I talked with an individual, and I forget who his name is, and I regret that right now, but he had commented on how he wished that there was more postings as to the speed limits on the rail trail in general, because he walks it frequently and says that ATVs blow by and that he complained about the speed. So yeah, my point being, there are many complaints on the use of multi-trail or whether it's hiking or biking or ATVs. There's complaints about that for sure.
Well, then it affects accessibility standards. I'm thinking that section at Ben Allen, we do have a blind man that's walking that trail.
Yeah,
so it would be nice to get it brought up to a better standard.
I forget his name. What's his?
Yui Harder.
Yui, that's right. Yeah, he lives in the house in the corner.
Okay. Municipally owned parks. Repairs and improvements. Is this one in here twice? Because I have it on my list twice for two different amounts.
Yeah, we have two issues.
Yes, okay,
One is for the buildings, one's for the parks.
right, okay.
And again, these would be great operating budget lines if we were able to get to that perspective, but.
Questions or comments, or everybody's clear?
Can I ask a question? Maybe
Yep,
this is more
go
so
ahead.
for Zachary. So the 50,000 that we're asking for here, and there's a picture displayed of the Shell Lake Ball Diamonds. Is that little sign on the back of the diamond there? Is there any opportunity, a very, very minor ask, but is there any opportunity for that sign to get repainted or to have a brand new sign? But I think that would look really nice. I don't know how much that costs.
Yeah, no, I think I know.
It's kind of deteriorated and looks crap.
What's it supposed to say?
Yeah, what is it? What did it say in the past?
Diamond was after the community
Yeah, be nice to have it.
point. Certainly look into.
Yeah, for sure. Just to get a new sign would be, I think would make it look more attractive.
So we're able to put up new fence and bleachers for $50,000?
Replacements.
We can replace them for $50,000?
It's just the infield fencing,
Okay,
just raising the infield fencing up. It's,
Okay.
yeah, it's,
Oh,
very low right now, as you see in the pictures. That
Mhm.
included the exposing bleachers and playground on the one side. So increase the, certainly increase the safety for spectators and keeping the ball in the field of play. And then just the necessary repairs to the backstop. Backstop isn't in too bad a condition. It's reattaching some chain link and
it's a great facility. I love the Shell Lake Ball Diamond. It's great.
And that 50,000 would include improving those bleachers?
yeah. And what I have in mind is something that looks significantly different than what's there right now. It would be prefabricated
Right.
aluminum bleacher, substantially smaller. It can still seat 30 or 40 people, but not as big and cumbersome as those are. As you saw, I mean, I included a picture of this report too. They're in some disrepair too. There's even some holes
Yeah, there's a hole in
in
it
the
here.
box starting.
6 to 12. Yeah.
would they be comparable to the bleachers that are up at Duncan McClellan Major there now? They're all been redone 3 years
Oh, yeah,
ago.
that's right.
Yeah, I wouldn't envision to that.
Not
degree
that
what they've
extent,
done there,
yeah.
but it's a similar company or even the same company. That's sort of a pretty standard bleacher system you're seeing go in a lot of these facilities. They're prefabricated. They basically drop them off and bolt them together, and you can move them around if you want to change locations with them. They're a pretty simple system.
The initiative to raise the fences on the infield are a no-brainer for me from having a kid get taken a line drive this summer. So, yeah, it's, I know of 4 people that got hit in the face this year with a ball, at a ball diamond. And they weren't in the game, so, well, basically not in the game, so it's a great initiative.
If I'm correct, those infield fences are like maybe
Oh,
stomach high.
Yeah, I was there for Christian playing. He was 12 this summer, and there were balls going outside, so.
Zach, just a question. You mentioned 30 or 40 people on bleachers. Is that adequate from what you've seen our bleacher used to be, or that seems a little small, but
It is, you also see a lot of people bring their own seating to ball diamond facilities too, so I think it'll also allow us to open the spectator area up to people that are bringing in their own fold-up chairs right now with those big bleachers in place that sort of takes up some of that space, so. I mean, would there be room for expansion if we find we need more seating? There's certainly ways.
I just don't, if 80 people are traditionally showing up to a game and we're only going to put 40 seats back in, we don't need those calls, right? We should talk about that today, but okay.
But is this all the bleachers? Or, like, I was thinking it was the ones down on the side by the washrooms. Is the other 2 mobile sections?
The permanent place sections, the one by the washroom and the one by the playground.
Okay,
Is what you're planning on replacing.
yeah, because there's 2
There's 2
other sections that came from Kemble.
sections. I believe that's it. Before my time, so I haven't confirmed where those came from, but it's my understanding that they've been evaluated.
Those themselves may be close to their last legs as well.
Yeah,
Bleacher systems have come along.
for sure. Yeah. Yeah, Duncan McClellan is a great example of that. They have great drainage bleachers there. Yeah.
Okay, so then the next section of that. Sorry, I read all this, but it's now all jumbled in my head. So that's for
You're over halfway
inside.
now.
What's that?
Over halfway now.
So this is the section that's about inside the community center, okay.
We're on municipally owned building, major repairs and.
Yes, yep. Anybody have any questions or comments on that one? So that's this building.
Well, so this is the thing is, there are projects in this building, but neither of these two, the intent behind these is there'll probably be a similar story to tell next year. Our parks will probably need another $50,000 of touch up next year, and it'll be different parks that will need it. Buildings will need $100,000 of touch ups, and it'll be different buildings and different needs. So the intent is that these would be rolling funds. They would just go to different projects on a year by year basis. So yes, the majority of the municipally owned building, major repairs and improvements are focused on this building at this point.
Okay, next item, the facilities master plan. So is this not part of the Recreation and Trails Master Plan that we already had done? Or is this expanding on that?
So definitely this expands on that. So the facilities master plan is not something that wasn't actually identified, I don't believe, in the
No, it wasn't.
Recreation and Trails Master Plan. This is a broad look at the facilities that we have as a township beyond just the recreational facilities. So it is the operational facilities and the customer service facilities as well. And it's really to look at their function for Georgian Bluffs and what their function for Georgian Bluffs should be going forward. These are facilities which were built for a former township construct, with the exception of the administrative offices. And so it's really looking at them and seeing what role, what function do they play today, and what role and function should they play tomorrow, and providing a roadmap as for, how to get there.
So part of this would consider whether each of those public works facilities are really located in the right place,
Yes.
and whether one or two or all of them could be combined into one location.
Yes.
Questions? Here?
Not really a question, a comment. So is there a possibility that the last of the municipally owned buildings and the facilities master plan could be looped together?
Sorry, the what?
When we just discussed the municipally owned buildings, major repairs, and the facilities master plan could kind of be one? You're talking about it, like you're talking about capital operating expenses here.
Yeah.
We're really operating.
Yeah, so you're right. They are linked. They are also different. So the facilities master plan would, in essence, help provide the direction for what the next stage of the major building repairs and improvements would be. So again, this all feeds into, it's all part of trying to tie in together the asset management plan. The asset management plan would actually, sorry, I've been confusing there. So number 10 would be informed by the asset management plan. The facilities master plan is not so much what you need to do to the individual buildings, but the function that those individual buildings play for the township today. So do we need 3 community centres that are essentially ice arenas, or do we need 2 community centres or 1 community centre that has a new multi-use hall built on the side of it? What opportunities are there to partner with other potential community facilities there are? The other thing that the facilities master plan looks at is whether or not it's worth keeping the existing facility and reinvesting into it, or whether it's got to the point where actually the cost of doing the repairs and replacements mean that it should be better to start from scratch. And if it's better to start from scratch, is it in the right place where it is now, or should you look somewhere else to develop it? There's a big chunk in there which is to do with community engagement as well. So hearing from community as to what they want spaces, and that's certainly something that we heard at Kemble to start with, and something that would have to continue through this process, but also something that would be about talking to our own staff in our operations facilities, understanding how they use those facilities, where those facilities have strengths, where those facilities have weaknesses, and what they might need to look like in the future. So this is less about the repairs and improvements and more about the replacements.
So if we were to look at, say, not having the Derby shop, but to moving that somewhere else that would serve a larger area of the township, we'd be looking at what are the logistics of that type of thing and how that would be facilitated?
A little bit. It's more a case of, do we need, for example, if we took the shops, do we need 3 shops in 3 different areas? Or do we need 1 shop in 1 area? What makes the most sense? Is it better to invest in the 3, or would it be better to invest in 1 and upsize it to replace 1 or 2 of the others, and then to retire, sell, dispose of one of the others, or repurpose that site for some other function? And again, not making any assumptions as to where this plan may come out. It may come out and say the 3 sites are the exact 3 sites that you need, but what you really need to do is be planning for more indoor space so you can store an extra piece of equipment at Derby because it's serving a bigger part of the township. You need less space at Sarawak. So it's looking at the space needs of us as a township, as well as how those are currently served and how it would be efficient to serve them in the future and what opportunities we might have.
I don't see anybody else with comments or questions, so accessibility enhancements.
This be something that would be likely?
Absolutely. Yeah. So based on the conversations that Sam and I had with Corey, that 1.38 million project could be lowered to just under 500,000. There's a grant scheme that's actually open and closes the end of this year, which is one of the more generous ones.
Enabling accessibility.
Yeah. It's like a 75% grant, and that's quite generous. It's a big grant.
And that's improving accessibility at all areas. But this would be back to what Sam was saying. We would have to commit to that 483 before we could apply for those grants.
Don't have a project that is endorsed by your council when you're applying, that can hinder your application. That you would become ineligible at that point.
So it's one that we have to keep in mind, that we may have to target that kind of money from levy, or we could choose to use some from reserves. I guess when I think of that then, is that an area doing accessibility at various facilities throughout the township where some of those airport funds could be used? Because then that's putting it back into the whole township for everybody. Because I think that was one of our thoughts back at that time, was we're not going to take those funds and put them in one spot. We want it to be for the benefit of everybody.
Yes, definitely an option.
Corporate Climate Action Plan. Anybody have any questions or comments here? So this is one then that's over 3 years and contingent on staff resource. So this is going, we're looking at that ask for additional staffing as well would tie into this one.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those ones which has a length of string, and you've got lengths from no length to a full ball. The full ball has staffing implications, but the shorter cutoffs, there are some small projects that can probably be done within existing staff resources.
Okay, I think we've got through that bunch. Corporate services. The laptop replacement. Questions?
You good if Jerry and Kevin, probably Zach head, because I think we've covered off most of the questions on their stuff.
May I ask one question before Zach goes? For I was just sort of tallying up where things are happening from the perspective of recreation and Shallow Lake, like in the arena, the dog park, the ballpark, the shoulder ice park surface and bathrooms are all within this region of Georgian Bluff. So I was just wondering from the greater context of, is that just this year that focus happens to be on that part of the township? And other years, there been more of a focus on other parts of the township where that wealth gets spread out a little bit further?
Yeah, I think you are seeing a sort of a natural coming together in this space rather than others this year. But the last few years, we've seen investments in Sarawak, new playground in Kilsyth. So I think it is something that gets spread out over time. So yes, I think it's a what comes around goes around sort of thing.
Thank you. That was my only question.
So that just gave me another thought. So when we did the Sarawak Family Park, that was done with the Scenic City Order of Good Cheer. Is there any appetite on their part to partner with us on, say, the dog park? Would they come out and do something like that, work together there?
So again, I'll come back to the point, I think, Sam, when we have direction on what the priorities are, staff will then do our best to try and make it happen in the most efficient, effective, and community engaged way. So, it's not a case of give us the money and we'll make the projects happen. It's give us the money and then we'll go away and look to see where we might be able to leverage other money to make things happen at a better cost. But with 36 projects, we need to understand the priorities first before we go scattergun off and try and find who might help. But yes, absolutely. Cool.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So technology replacement, I think that's one that we almost have to put in there because we can't spread and ask somebody to use a laptop 15 years from now. It won't work.
So I kind of took those 4, laptop replacement, community events, budget software, and website rebuild, all as one.
Wow.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
they really do tie in together, you're
Well,
right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought, all kind of all played together, but to me, it can't work if you haven't got the equipment to use, so it's a challenge. That's where I went with it. Just thought it all.
So the only thing I might note from that, although I'm not going to try and talk you off that podium too hard. So I am always going to try and push you to put as much in operating as you possibly can, because once you've taken the pain of the percentage tax increase for operating once, it now builds by 2% next year. So I will always encourage, as far as I possibly can, dollars to flow into operating rather than capital. Having said that, sometimes there is a reason why you use the 2 different pots. And so the budget software is a one-time hit and the website rebuild is a one-time hit. So those 2 elements are capital costs. So we wouldn't be expecting to spend the same amount on those 2 things in 2025. Whereas community events and laptop replacements, they are both operating costs that we do anticipate having an ongoing impact. So I might counter your rolling the 4 into 1 and perhaps suggest rolling the top 2 and then maybe the second 2.
Sam, we currently place so much money per year into reserves for computer upgrades, software upgrades, that sort of stuff, do we not?
We do put some aside for technology,
Okay.
and that has historically been for your one-time larger items, such as the server, or if there was an emergency where every single laptop failed. It's that pot pool that would be available for this. This would be setting up a program to have every 5 years laptops, iPads,
And that's
and the continual replacement.
what I was thinking is we should up our reserve contribution yearly to include all that, where it's easy to bring it back out. Yes.
So from a funding perspective, there's a couple options. So operating, it just is part of the tax levy. Even if you are putting it into reserves and then pulling from reserves, ultimately it still is tax levy.
I would think that needs to be looked at because there is no point where we are not going to have to replace that technology. The website rebuild, that,
Typically every 5 years, right? we
Yeah.
do a website update. So
Yeah.
we know that's coming on a regular basis, right? So
And that's what part of those funds are going towards. Just this is bringing the project forward for you to actually endorse that we can move forward with it. But for both of these, with the exception of laptop, we do have funds.
So you could budget that, like, so the budget software and the website software, we could say it's 105,000, so we put 20,000 away a year
A year.
towards.
So the budget software, it has a one-time
Okay.
implementation fee, and then it becomes I believe it's 10 to 15,000 of annual licensing. So that annual licensing part would become part of your base operating budget, but it's the one-time initial implementation cost that we would be looking to kind of fund from reserves and that pool of IT.
However,
I tend to agree with what Grant said about 20,000 a year toward that, because in 5 years, you're going to find that that budget software probably needs to be completely replaced again. We,
if I'm hearing you correctly,
I feel like I should maybe be putting
yeah,
IT enhancement contribution to
I think
reserves.
so, yeah.
yeah,
So if we were to replace, say, the budgeting software was 70 and the website was 30. 25? 35. So if we were to do a software, create a software reserve or a software operating stream of 20 to 25,000, and then basically be happy to remove those, we could fund those then from, they'd still be an ask, but they'd be refunded from reserve, but the cost this year would only be 20,000.
Right.
yes,
Because we'd be paying them off through the reserve over time. That makes some sense.
that was going to be my next question. What's in the reserve today for IT or?
and do we need to fund these up front and then in succeeding years be putting into reserves? And how many different softwares are there? Building and planning, treasury, cemetery software here.
The cloud.
Yep.
So for the budget software, we were looking at using up the remainder of the modernization grant that you had. And then when we look at your IT or your administrative computers, including the website rebuild and your 25,000 contribution to reserves, at the end of 2024, we'd be estimating a $450,000 balance. So it doesn't include your laptops that are coming out right now.
Just say, sorry, 450 at the end of.
There's 450,000 in a reserve right now?
That's what we're estimating at the end of 2024. Yes, if you were to approve.
We're already ahead of it.
And that includes.
As long as that 20,000 a year going toward that is going to keep us ahead of the game. What are these laptops? Because we
Wouldn't-
have to replace them each year.
That just, that was why I was peering over Sam's, that includes the 25,000 for the laptop replacements, that 450. So if you were to put an extra 20 in, that would deal with both laptop replacements, plus it would deal with the periodic new softwares, no?
The 25,000 is your 4-year phased in for your server. That's what the 25,000 that goes into reserves each year is for. Your phasing in of your server rebuild.
Yeah, because we just did that, right?
That's what's ongoing right now that we had hoped we'd get to and through 2023, 2 included in 2024. But unfortunately, patents and were no longer being made. So that's why we had to move it up a little bit. We were already in year 4 in 2023. So
So how much is a server?
60,000.
So what's the balance of 400 and something for?
That's just your buildup of what's been going into IT. So some of it has been proceeds on sales of historical IT equipment, which we do have a pile of IT that does need to be addressed, but we're still working through identifying what is obsolete that could be declared surplus and sold.
So the $25,000 ask for technology replacement, if you're saying a laptop is about 2,500, you're looking at replacing 10 this year, and you're saying we have about 50 different devices, so we're going on a 5-year cycle with those?
So one of the things you could, and again, we might take this as a direction going forward. One of the ways in which, if you were supportive of these and they became priorities, we could look at ways in which we could phase in over the next 4 or 5 years an incremental increase in what gets set to reserve to build a reserve which is sustainable over the long term, recognizing that we probably have some padding in our reserve right now for these things that would offset the initial cost. So we'd draw down that reserve in year one, but come up with a gradual plan to get to a sustainable reserve over, say, the next 4 budget cycles. If these became priorities, we could probably figure that into the funding strategy. So in essence, what is $125 or $150,000 hit might be no hit this year, but a incremental increase in the reserve over the next few budget cycles.
Yeah, because if we've got 450,000 in that reserve, to me, that sounds like we're way ahead of what we need to replace everything already. So, yeah, I would agree, draw down from the reserve to pay for this, but be putting back into it yearly to make sure that we always stay ahead of it.
So we could.
Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes.
Yeah.
Could totally do that reserve policy, couldn't we? Perfect.
So council chamber upgrades.
You've missed cemetery software.
Oh, I lumped it in with everything else. It was software. Sorry.
I will, Carly, with your other hat on, can we lump that in, or does that need to be revenue financed through the cemetery program?
So they are separate accounting principles, so I'm not sure. That might actually be a better question for Sam.
Oh.
Because we do have certain accounting principles that apply to cemeteries that are different from.
So cemetery software, that actually comes back on council if you wish for it to be user fee driven or tax levy driven. So if you wish for it to be user fee funded, then it can't get lumped in with the other software because it would need to be funded then from cemetery reserves. But if you do wish for it to be a tax levy funded, then it can get lumped in with other software.
I think that would make sense to have it user fee funded by the cemeteries. Am I wrong? I'm seeing nods.
What would that, how much extra would that cost somebody who is struggling with the loss of a loved one, and there's lots of expenses around that time? I don't know if that's an answerable question at this moment in time. Just
not really answerable at this time. It all depends on the number of users that are within. It sounds so weird. Number of users who are using that service.
3 cemeteries
3 cemeteries.
share that service.
Correct.
For those 3 cemeteries, what's in their reserve account?
An asterisk I will also place while our treasurer is looking that up is that our cremation options at Mount Pleasant are the most popular, and we no longer have those options. So we have about 6% remaining of the columbarium at Mount Pleasant. We are sold out of in-ground cremation plots at this time, but we do have an opportunity to apply to the BAO to redevelop a portion of our cemetery to gain more cremation plots. So we know that those in-ground cremation plots and the columbarium are the most popular options. So we won't see as much revenue at Mount Pleasant from the columbarium sales if we don't have another columbarium there. So that's just an asterisk I would place on that because the supply will now be different going into 2024.
My gut will tell me that it's taking a similar approach to this as we've just talked about in terms of the other pieces of software. Because at 25,000, it would be a lot to expect the cemetery to pay that back in a year. But assuming that software lasts 5, 7, 10 years, that would become a negligible cost on individual line items, and we could recoup that through the revenue generated by the cemeteries.
I appreciate that.
So
reminded through recent experience how expensive a death in the family.
Yeah.
the 3 different cemeteries, are they each their own pot?
Yes, they are.
So how do we divvy up that software to cover all three.
Yeah.
Leave that to Sam.
It would likely be a proportional, whether it's based on number of plots available or proportional based on number of sales, a 5-year average of sales. That I can figure out. To answer the question about reserve balances, they're at 260,000 for all three combined. Mount Pleasant has your majority of that at over 3/4.
We talked about a columbarium going to Oxenden this year. And we need another one at Mount Pleasant. We haven't talked about anything at Boyd Cemetery in Shell Lake, correct? Is it full? Does it have potential for a columbarium?
So Boyd Cemetery has a significantly lower volume of activity and sales. So we're still good in terms of our supply at Boyd. A columbarium would be something to be considered probably 2025 perhaps. But yeah, off the top of my head, I think in 2022, we maybe sold 2 plots. And I don't know if in 2023, we saw much more volume, 4, 5. So
Need to get out and drum up some business.
Knocking on a few doors.
But thinking in terms of space, though, Boyd doesn't have an expansion
Correct.
area, and Oxenden has no potential for expansion. Mount Pleasant does,
Right, we still
because
have,
we own quite a bit of property on the west side of that.
so we still have a lot of opportunity for expansion at Mount Pleasant and the new part.
And is the columbarium like, there's no more room in that?
6% remaining.
6 or 4,
And that was a 48-unit columbarium, correct?
Just on that, too, you mentioned in the report there that the bottom row seems to be the one that nobody wants to buy. Has it been proposed to the people to build these, to maybe build them up on a stand, or?
You're always going to have a bottom row.
You always have a
Yeah,
bottom
you
row.
always have
I know, but get it off the ground, I guess is what I'm trying to go with here.
I've lived this one, and I'm sure Carly would say the same. You always have a bottom row. It doesn't matter if you had 2 rows, you'd have a hard time selling the second row. Yeah.
Why is that? Why?
It's just the thing of being the bottom row. You feel like you're filling in a space rather than.
I was in a building on the weekend that was probably 25 feet tall inside, and the bottom row was not occupied in most of that building. Something to see, but nobody wants to be the bottom.
Probably had about, I want to say at least maybe 10 inquiries this year, and when people find out it's the bottom, they're not as interested.
Really, it's interesting.
Weird. Are they
So
cheaper?
weird.
I'll take one.
Yeah, not.
No, it's not.
Not that I want to presuppose anything, but I think to Sam scribbling some points up on the back, we haven't got to number 6 yet, which was council chamber technology and upgrades, but we've kind of danced around all the others. Would it be reasonable to say that there is support for all of those things as long as they don't impact the tax base this year, and they can be phased in over a period of time, that these feel like things which are, you just need to get them done. Find a way of making them happen, because these are about running the department, running the township.
We're lumping the council chambers in with that, or?
No.
I had ignored the council chambers because
Yeah.
I suspected there was a desire for a conversation on that point, yeah.
But the columbarium is really us investing
Yes.
in that, because we're going to get that money back. So to me, yes.
If we take
Man,
the same
go
approach
ahead
to
with it.
cemetery software, is it, in essence, the columbarium and the cemetery software, we're going to find a way that they don't impact the tax base at all. The website rebuild, the budget software, we're going to try and find a way of funding those out, fund them out of reserve, but we'll look to bring back a sustainability approach through a reserve paper later on next year. Community events and laptop, and just to double check, because we didn't really talk about community events, but Deputy Mayor Pringle lapped it in. So community events and laptop replacement, they just become operating pieces, fund them upfront from the reserve, but find a way of phasing that into the operating budget over subsequent years.
It's such a small piece, right? Like
It is.
it's going to vary like every year, so.
Those community events, the ones we did this year, like when I think of Friday night, the number of people here, the children, the whole excitement, and it's bringing a community together. And this one wasn't just Shallow Lake, because it was Keppel Sarawak singers were here. So that drew another whole section of the township in. And I think those community building things, exercises, if you will, are really important, I think, to pulling people together. So,
May I make a
yeah, I see the value in that.
I totally agree with you on that. The only thing as a new council member is hearing about it on the radio before we heard about it firsthand. If we can get some sort of overall plan for the year, these are the community events that we're going to do, so we know in May, June that, it's the first week of December is the tree lighting, it's this, it's that. Instead of just getting up, having breakfast in the morning, hear about it on the radio, it's a little taken back as a council member when I don't know about it.
We had an email out on that one quite a while ago.
Well, I know, I'm not using them as an example, but I mean, there were certain things that I just think that we should have maybe given a little bit more direction upon or known about just before it was.
I will double check back. I think we did. I hope we did. It would have been an oversight if we didn't, and I apologize for that.
May I make a comment before we move off the topic of community events? If we're planning for 2024 in regards to community events, I believe that the drive-in at Chalet, or
Yep.
however we want to call it, that was a big hit. If we could please plan for even 2 of those in the summer, that'd be fantastic. That was a huge hit for everybody. Everyone that attended, that I heard from, loved it. So
The other thing with that I heard from people that evening with the movie theater night, families were quite willing to pay toward it. They were amazed that it was totally free. They were quite happy to pay toward it. So there's things like that.
I think there are opportunities, to both Councillor Winter's point, to your point, Mayor, and to your point, Councillor Shouldice, that I think there are opportunities when we have something which can be a programme, that it's not thinking on the fly. We can actually sit down, we can have a think about what that would look like and start planning it out. Also gives us the opportunity, as you say, to look at where contributions from participants, whether that be voluntary, throw a coin in the hat if you can, if you don't worry about it, or a small charge to offset some of the costs, or indeed sponsorship. And I think sponsorship is something we can look at for some of these things. And there's an opportunity there to lean on some of the local businesses, local folks to hand out, yeah.
There are also great opportunities for local community groups to get involved and use them as avenues for fundraising, which we saw at both the movie night and the Sparkle and Skate event. So for things like the dog park, it gives them a chance to get out and get some money in their pockets.
I would just advocate for the sliding scale as a way of making it affordable to all families. Because some families could definitely and would definitely pay, but others.
That's right. Others might not be able to. No, and that makes perfect sense. So the other thing, Cobble Beach had their big function on Saturday night. They had Inter-Township Fire Department there to pick up the toys. We should have had them here on Friday night.
So we would have done. We had challenges because we had to shift the dates. So we had Inter-Township Fire the week before, but when we had to move to the 1st because we were dancing around scheduling at this place for the 1st, that was ITFD's Christmas dinner. So ITFD were out on the 1st.
Right.
Would have been here. And they would have been here if we'd done it the week before, but we couldn't have then had a family escape. So they did pass their apologies on. It was their prior commitment.
That makes sense. Okay,
I
so
think our pile of toys for ITFD here was bigger than at Cobble Beach.
they were doing pretty good out there. Council chamber upgrades. Anybody else want to start on this one?
Well, the projector is an obvious gap.
For Tobin and I, the rest of them don't know.
What's wrong with it?
This does have a differential impact, doesn't it?
And you've, over time, talked a lot about the difference between projectors and TVs, and that move to TVs, and we're not using interactive whiteboards or anything like that. So that seems very practical. And I very much, I won't get into opinions just yet, but
Keep going.
Keep going.
yeah, I like this. I like having staff and council being different but equal partners in a conversation. I personally don't feel the need to be elevated, but I also recognize that we have a limited budget, so I don't know when the best time to do that is.
So I think going back to when council chambers was done that way, because that's a whole cement pad that we're sitting on, we were raised up like that to allow for all the wiring to go in under. And I think all that wiring's still sitting under. I don't think we can take us right down.
There are limitations with conduits and
Yeah.
electrical connections there.
So one of the things in talking about this, and the reason that these are put together, is we think there are opportunities for the layout to be addressed and that the technology becomes more efficiently done if we're doing the layout at the same time, for those exact reasons. There's stuff going on underneath there. We're probably going to need to open that up to get to the stuff that's underneath there to do some of the technology. And if we're opening it up and there's a desire to maybe do something a bit different, it feels a bit daft to open it up, put it all back together, which will probably impact the cost of the technology upgrades. So that's why they're sandwiched together, although they are two distinct things, the technology piece and then the design of the space. There is an efficiency with sandwiching them together.
I appreciate that explanation.
I struggle with the $100,000 too.
I agree, and
Yeah.
I struggle as well and have
Yeah.
reservations that a building that's only 10 years old that we're talking about spending $100,000 to upgrade, that's a tough pill to swallow.
Yep.
And if staff can come up with some sort of unique way that it doesn't affect the tax base, it would be easier for council to address that. If we have to have a tax increase because we think that we need upgrades to a building that's less than 10 years old, that's a difficult one. But we do need to address some of our technology. Coming here is fine. That's not great. So yeah, we need to look at way of improving all that, making it efficient and user-friendly. I get that. But
I would agree there. That's,
council does not want to sit at a straight table because visibility is an issue.
that's right.
Horseshoes is really left out here. Keep moving back.
The only way I can see you guys right now is on the TV.
Yeah. Okay, so that one may need a little more work.
And I think if staff are able to find their magic way of making this happen, as Councillor Winters has just indicated, by January of next year, we're not going to start stripping apart council chambers without you having some input into what that would look like. It's your home base, it's your office when you're at work, and so I wouldn't like it if somebody came into my office and rearranged it while I wasn't there, so you would be involved.
Okay, everybody ready to move on to the last section, Office of the CAO. Short-term accommodations.
Just, go ahead.
Well, I figured somebody had to start, so.
Yep, you go ahead.
Just looking back last year, if you can give me a quick refresher, we were going to do some community engagement, we were going to do some fact finding, we were going to bring back a report. I mean, we all agree that we should license it, but none of us could agree whether there was an issue in Georgian Bluffs, yes or no. So I was hoping that we could say, okay, through this year, we found out that we have X number of short-term accommodations. Yes, they're an issue. If we did license them, then they're going to be self-sufficient in how we regulate them and then the cost of doing them. Do we have any of that data?
We do, and I'm not going to spoil Wednesday night's celebration and excitement.
The furthest one?
There is a massive report on Wednesday night on this very issue that answers all those questions. Long story short, at this point in time, and the reason this is on the agenda for today, and slightly out of sync, long story short, we didn't find a problem. We did find that members of the public think there's a problem, and members of the public think there's a very significant problem. We haven't identified that problem from the work that we've done. We have identified reasons beyond the problems that community has shared with council that some form of management of short-term accommodations would be beneficial. And so the end point is we are recommending some sort of what we're calling a licensing registration program or a registration program. It will have a financial impact based on the experience by just about every single municipality, with the exception of Northern Bruce, I think, that we've spoken to. These things take time before they start resonating with community and start getting fully adopted. So there will be a lead-in time while we get to full compliance, and that will be between 3 and 5 years. And while we think we can get this to a point where it is sustainably funded and cost neutral, essentially, there would be an impact for probably the first 3 years, decreasing each year, with the biggest impact being next year, which is why this is a budget request at this point. Hopefully, this is a budget which would be an ongoing budget issue, but hopefully we would see it self-financing itself in subsequent years.
Was North Bruce successful because of the volume of
Yes.
SCAs?
In essence, from talking around, there were several municipalities that have programs in effect. And again, we will have much more conversation on this on Wednesday evening. There were several municipalities that suggested with the number of short-term accommodations we have, we will be on an uphill battle to ever reach cost neutrality because we just don't have the volume.
That's short-term accommodation.
Yeah.
Did we, like, I think with us putting the pressure on last year with the bylaw officer out there every weekend, did we won on that basis, did we not? Like, we didn't have near the complaints we've had other years, or was it worse?
So we've had 7 complaints. We had 7 complaints registered over the year associated with 4 properties. So there was more than 1 complaint on some of those properties. 1 complaint was upheld and 3 tickets were issued from that.
Did that get us anywhere? The tickets, did they pay the fines, or
They're due up in court next year.
next year? That's handy.
So we're also recommending that we take on a different approach to administering the bylaws associated with short-term accommodation so that it bypasses the court process, basically.
So at the end of the day, we had a bylaw officer looking after 7 properties all summer? That's kind of what it comes down to?
Well, no, the bylaw officer we paid for found nothing. The extra bylaw staff we had in made over 500 individual proactive inspections and found nothing.
Good then.
So that would tell you there's not really a problem.
We made over 500 proactive inspections over the course of the year, at various different dates and times, including till 2 a.m. in the morning on Saturdays and Fridays and stuff like that, and didn't identify a single issue proactively.
That's good news, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. What to make of that? Yeah. It's good, I guess. Yeah.
But this will all be in front of us Wednesday night, so we can,
We're just focusing on one agenda at a time, so
that's okay.
Wednesday's yet.
Well done.
I haven't read Wednesdays yet either.
Yes, we'll have this conversation again on Wednesday.
Okay, sounds good.
Additional staffing request. So we're actually looking at sorry,
That's the first one.
yeah, the asset management coordinator. Comments or questions? Anybody? I can.
So again, this is
them.
a length of string, and like everything else, there isn't a single thing we're putting in front of you which we don't think is important. There are, when it comes to the staffing, the impacts of it change. So, for example, the easy one is the environmental initiatives officer. If we're not carrying forward some of the things that are in the Corporate Climate Action Plan fund, there's no requirement for additional staffing to do that work. That is driven by additional work which doesn't exist today but could exist as a result of the budget conversation. If that work's not supported, that position is not required. The project coordinator is in a similar sort of vein. If we end up with if you were to approve every single infrastructure project on there, we probably have got tight resources to project manage it. If we're approving 1 or 2, then we don't need that resource necessarily to carry those forward at this time. So again, depending on what gets approved and what the priorities are, that position may or may not be required. The asset management coordinator is probably a position which we're beginning to understand is a position that we probably do need on an ongoing basis. And so that's to respond to some of the legislative pressures we're seeing in terms of asset management, and that will come from the asset management plan. The students' records management position has been incredibly valuable over the last few years. They still have work to do. We happen to have a student who can return into that student role if we end up with a student position there, who has already got to grips with the system and can basically start working on day one. We'd really like to keep that work going. The other 3 students are ones that we can see some real value to adding this time round. And again, the impact to students we would anticipate being largely borne by grant funds for supporting their work through the provincial grant stream. So again, it's one of those ones that you could approve to a certain degree, subject to grant funding coming in to support them. And if we didn't get grant funding, we don't do them.
Sorry, I suppose. These are students doing their like university degrees, is that, or what are they?
You have to be under what, 20?
So for the grant, you have to be under 29. No, 24. 24.
And I think you still have to be in full-time
And it's 50
education.
Yes.
You have to be returning to school.
Yes, you have to be returning to school. It is a 50% grant. For a couple summers during COVID, they upped it to 75, but I believe it's returned back down to the 50%.
So the advantage of this one with the students is we are also helping educate those students so that at some point they're coming back into the municipal work. Yeah.
Yes,
We're
definitely with the GIS and the records management, there's definitely an educational component. You know, I think in the operations world, there's a life component that's got born from that. Definitely going to have them flagging, and so some of the other work might not be careers that they're looking into, but all student positions are incredibly valuable because it puts students into the workplace, teaches them to work with other people, teaches them what it's like to work in a municipality and in that environment, gives them a flavor of life.
So even in looking at those ones that would be in operations, in my mind, if they're flagging, that means one of our guys that's making much more money per hour isn't standing there holding a flag. I see the value in that because our guys then are actually doing the work that they're supposed to be doing.
Don't downplay the role of a flagman, but yes, that's a true statement.
Yes.
Because do it without flagman and see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a health and safety issue.
Not a good look.
May I ask a question now? The roles you're proposing here, asset management coordinator, environmental initiatives officer, here, but are these new positions or are these positions that are currently not held?
These are new positions. So I'm asking in essence here, this paper in essence asks for 2 new FTE. We have an approved headcount 44. That's 42 staff in the municipality and 2 firearm staff. So if this paper was supported in its totality, it would be an addition of 2 FTE headcount. So that would go to 46 plus a 3-year temporary position. That would be the environmental initiatives officer. And then the students would just be summer. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So the asset management coordinator, though, that's getting that asset management plan in place, which do we not have to have that plan in place by 2025? And
By 2022.
2022?
Offside on the first phase.
We're
That was
about to get
due
offside on the
in
summer.
2022. The second phase is due July of this year. We will not be making it. And then there is a third phase, which I believe is 2026.
2025.
It is 25.
It's a 10-year budget. And this is both about meeting that, but we already have a consultant that's supporting us getting through that. This is really about the ongoing work. We don't want to get to the point, I would rather not get to the point where any member of staff is coming back to you saying, can we spend another 100,000, another 150,000, another 200,000 on an asset management plan? Because we did one a few years ago, but we didn't touch it, it's out of date, and we need to do it again because there's a legislative requirement. So the point of this role is to help onboard the smart ways of working, support the new work order management systems that we've got, and to make sure that the asset management plan, when we get it done this time, doesn't become a static document, but becomes a document which will mean that when the next legislative requirement comes up, we're ready. We've got the system in place. We're already there.
Will any of our funding going ahead be conditional upon having that plan in place?
It already is.
It already is.
So-
yes. Every grant application does have, do you have a compliant asset management plan? It used to just say, do you have an asset management plan? Which we could answer yes to.
Yeah.
Now, when it's asked, do we have a compliant? We can't.
So out of that ask of 378,000, the asset management coordinator should be a definite, we have to have it in there. The next two are somewhat conditional, and I think putting the students in there, if we can get even 50% of that price back, I think, in my mind, that makes sense to proceed there. So it's really the project coordinator and the environmental initiatives that we might be considering a nay to. Okay, any further comments there? Seeing none, shoreline road allowance.
Corporate strategic plan?
Strategic plan.
Oh, yeah, corporate strategic plan, Vision 30.
Hang on while I go back and look for that. Oh, it is there. Apparently I skipped that one totally. I hope I read it. Anybody have any comments or questions?
Well, in my mind, this is something we should be doing sooner than later, which gives us the direction, which then makes this much more of an efficient conversation years coming along. So yes.
Yeah, long-term aspiration of the township.
And I might suggest, and this might be a bit bold, and I apologize for that. This one is not one that's worth deferring to next year. I think if you're deferring this, you're deferring it to the next term of council, because I think it doesn't make sense to have a corporate strategic plan which will essentially reflect the last 18 months of this term of council.
Probably 8 months behind on having this done.
Already.
Yep.
So is that a one-time 50,000 there now, or is that something you could do 12,500 for 4 years?
So it is something that, yes, right now for 2024, you will kind of have to bite the bullet, but then we can do phased in funding towards it because it does get done and refreshed every 4 years typically.
And we have talked about that it's something that should be addressed going into that second year of a term of council. So if we were building that budgeting and reserves for it all the time, that makes sense. And then it's just written in that that's going to happen in that second year of the term.
Again, I'm going to reflect back briefly. I think we've had some really good conversation already as we've gone through this, and using reserves in this way is a clever way. Reserves are not without their impact. Like, if we want to put $100,000 extra into reserves next year, that is still 1% on this year's tax base. It's significantly less on this year's tax base than if we were to fund everything in this year, but it does have an impact on the tax base. And so there might get to be a point where, you know, we can put so much into reserves, but it will have an impact on the tax base that's going to be 120,000, sorry, is at 1% roughly. But yes, I think that's a sensible thing to do with strategic plans. And the intent of this one, and I know we've had conversations around consultants, this is not consultant-led. You did your door knocking, you know what you heard. There's some community engagement that has to happen. So a lot of this can be done in-house, and I would anticipate that this is something that staff can strongly lead with council to develop. The budget is to support things like statistically valid surveys. If we wanted to do any of that, it would be to support maybe some of the specific outreach work and those sorts of things. So 50,000 is a sort of the top end of what I would anticipate that budget to be.
I would also suggest that with a proper plan in place, that at each new term of council, the new council is trained on what the existing plan is, so that they're watching it all through that first year, ready for doing a new one in the second year.
And the idea of I can't remember what I think I put Vision 30, and I left the space out to make it sound cool and exciting. But Vision 30, or whatever it ends up being, the idea of that is to create something which kind of links from one plan to the next, so that there are some core themes that can carry over around, you know, what does Georgian Bluffs want to be beyond this term, beyond the next term, you know, 3 or 4 terms down the road, what are we building towards, so that those strategic plans can nestle into it. And then as Councillor Winter said, the idea of the strategic plan then sort of informs, and last year we tried it didn't necessarily land well, but we tried some business plans. the business plans had no context around them. This would build that context for us to then start delivering business plans against and being strategic in our approach to budgeting each year.
Now on to shoreline road allowance. This one brings something up for me. And earlier, a couple of areas when we were talking about the private roads, and there was something else where legal work came up. And this is an area as well. Would it be of benefit for a short term, whether it was a 2-3 year type contract, have somebody on staff able to do all that legal work? Because we seem to keep running into it all the way, and I don't know if that's been thought of or if this is just one piece that would be done. I just toss that out there.
It was a thought. Unfortunately, to get a lawyer on staff to do this work, you cannot do it at that price. You'd be very much inflating the price. And then you also are now opening up to liability that it's not being done by a third party.
Okay.
I think the other thing is yes, we probably generate enough work to legal representation that there'd be a value to having that in-house counsel. But the variety of work that we're putting out, some of it is employment law, some of it is property law, some of it is planning law, some of it is civil litigation law, some of it is real estate law. And so we actually have quite a diverse legal requirement. And so you can't replace that with one general counsel. You'd still need to go to specialists. So I think the approach that we have right now, what we could do is we could look at having a more robust approach to identifying firms that we will work with on particular types of legal files and having established relationships. But we're starting to get that by default with several. But I would mirror, I'm not sure that we're not big enough yet to be able to support. I'm not sure we'll ever be big enough as a township to support in-house counsel. Now, there are some opportunities for us to look at in terms of partnerships, and certainly one of the things that the Grey County Strategic Plan highlights is the need for us to work together, and so I think there's definitely some opportunities to throw in-house counsel as a strategic conversation at a county level to see if there's some resourcing that can be leveraged through that. But this one is fairly specialist work.
Okay, so going on that then, the county does have a legal department. Is there a way to partner with them on some of these things that rather than going out and hiring individual lawyers for different aspects? I don't know.
There could be for specifics. I'm quite happy to take that conversation away to the CAOs, see where they are.
Other thoughts or comments here?
Well, I mean, shore road allowances are one of those things that are going to be contentious for years to be. So you head into this budget strategic planning session, you look at this is important. We need to find out the legal position of each party. But you also look at this as a potential source of revenue for the municipality. Most of these properties are already developed to some sort by the neighboring property, the abutting property owner. And it's going to be a fight for this municipality for years to come. And do we, before we jump down this rabbit hole, really start a public engagement, council discussions about where are we headed long-term with these shore road allowances? And I think that's maybe a starting point.
So I think staff, you're quite right. I would say this eats 4 hours of my week every single week. This is, aside from garbage, is probably the single most recurring topic of conversation I have, and across the whole township, both inland and Georgian Bay coastal waters. One of the things, particularly on the Georgian Bay shoreline, that has come to light through that work is we don't yet know what we could do. So I could not even tell you. And what we do know is it's not the same on every part of the shoreline. So this work is actually needed at this point before we can even ask that question. because I don't even know what question, I don't know whether we could sell, don't know whether we could close up and convey, don't know whether we could charge a lease, and we don't know which ones we could do. And we haven't yet had the conversation as to whether or not we would like to use it for something like shoreline trail or shoreline access or parkland development in places. So I quite agree, there's a very big conversation for council to yet have. And I've thought about whether we do the conversation first, then find out whether we can do it. But the reality is that in the work that I have had an opportunity to do over the last year, I've learned one thing about the shoreline is every time you ask a question of it, it's different. And so trying to get some sort of a sense on sort of the ground rules that we're playing with, I think is really important.
I mean, Keppel Township started the quick claim deed, so we know that the shore road allowance is already checkerboarded between Owen Sound and Wyerton. And we have done certificates of pending litigation and given ownership and stopped up and closed. So, I mean, we've started a process.
So we're not sure we've stopped up and closed anywhere. We're fairly certain the quick claims were overturned, but in Sarawak we might have sold.
Yeah, some of the original.
Sold. One of the problems we're finding is we haven't actually sold the road allowance. We might have sold the land, but we haven't sold the road allowance. And that's one of the big problems we're beginning to, one of the problems I think we have I think you may have had a letter recently about this exact issue, is it's really messy. Like really messy. And we may not have sold in some places at all. Land titles may just have reassigned ownership.
I agree to that. There is that issue as well. But, 2008 to 2015, the township of Georgian Bluffs held bylaws, held meetings, and took money to transfer ownership.
And then
registered certificates of pending litigation because of the land claim.
Yeah, and then it was overturned.
No, they were overturned before that.
Oh yeah, that was the second time.
It was the second time around. So there was an overturning, then there was the transfer of lands. So there's a whole mixed match of Sarawak. Nothing has been done to date. I do understand that. But yeah, it's one of those things we sit here and we struggle. We're going to continue to fight as a municipality, whether right or wrong. But we need to have that conversation of what are we going to do with it? It will occupy all of council's time, all of staff's time. It's already been developed. There's already liabilities on both sides. What do you do with it?
And I think that's where this lands. That is totally where this lands. It's just whether you do the legal bit first or you establish a policy and then find out whether or not you can do that. And I think where the recommendation is, and this is me, I wrote this one, the recommendation for me is do the legal work and then we do the policy work once we understand the legal context.
Can we get a $50,000 opinion before we do $100,000 legal work?
Sam might have dealt with that one, yes, last week. So the benefit of the land claim has been that, we've been working with a legal team now that's been dealing with our shoreline for a decade, well, 2 decades, almost 3 decades. And they have a significant history, particularly from Sarawak round. Less of a history around Sarawak, although they do have some details over Sarawak as well. So we already have a good sense of just how confusing from a legal sense it is. What we haven't ever asked, because there's never been the point, is what can we now do going forward? That's what this legal opinion is to ask, what can we now do? Can we sell? Can we ease? Can we do easements? Can we transfer? What state is the shoreline road allowance? What does the shoreline road allowance actually mean? What does subject to the interest of the township actually mean? Does that give us any rights or no rights? So
that's the question, I agree with you, that needs to be answered before we investigate 800 individual properties.
Exactly.
So the land claim that has just been supposedly settled, was that not only one treaty? Sarawak was a different treaty.
Yes. Which is why we don't have the same level of information on Sarawak, because it was never part of the claim. So yes, although there's 1,000 properties, what we anticipate, when I was talking to the lawyers to try and get a number for this, what we anticipate is that this is creating kind of buckets of similarity. So we don't have to look at each one. We can say, right, this bucket, we sold the land, or the land has been transferred, or the land has got a quick claim on it. We haven't stopped up and conveyed, or we have closed, conveyed, and stopped up, but we haven't transferred the land. What do those two things mean? What do they either allow us to do in the future or restrict us from doing? So we don't anticipate that we would need to look at all 800. We think we're going to need to look at one or two in each one of those buckets, develop this sort of opinion approach.
So then going to something Rick said earlier, this potentially could be income offsetting this.
Eventually.
If council decided they wanted to dispose of land and surplus and move forward, it's a huge source of income for the municipality. And I mean, previous councils used to look at $2,000 plus legal fees. I wouldn't suggest we sell waterfront property for $2,000.
No.
Yeah, so huge. And I, as you sit and read the whole budget implication, this just continually rattles in my mind that this is a huge source of income for the municipality. It's something that occupies every bit of time for everybody in the municipality, for certain people that benefit. Now, again, you need to look at access points. You know, there are boat launches, public boat launches on Island View Drive, Georgian Bay. Are there on inland lakes? I mean, everything is different, and you've got to make sure the public interests are looked after.
Access points and ecology, because the riparian zones are so essential to our ecosystem.
Because there is, you know, and I don't want to get into this too much, but when you talk to the M&R representatives, they have an interpretation of a shore road allowance of being 66 feet. So where their survey bar says this is where the start of the 66 feet and the water goes down, it's now greater than 66 feet. They now claim that as crown land. And if you actually get into what you can do on crown land, you can put a boathouse on a crown land without permits. So there's a whole different level of controversy going to happen here if the water level continues to go down, on what you can and can't do, and we're going to be caught in the middle of it.
And that would be part of this as well, looking at that.
Yes. So that's the second thing is there are options to dispose, there are options to manage, and there are options to potentially look at levels of disposition. So we could charge easement, set up easements, encroachment agreements, those sorts of things, which could generate revenue, could sell, which would generate one-time big revenue. But we could also determine, and indeed our existing official plan hints at this, is the shoreline as an ecological restoration and enhancement zone, and whether we did that in places or along the whole length. So there are opportunities and options around this. I think understanding what's there before we start looking too much at what those options might be, and I can firmly imagine that this in itself is a strategic session for council. This is not a simple conversation.
And just to acknowledge that some folks have had those shoreline properties in their family for a long time, and the value of their property has increased. So we do receive taxes from those properties already, and I know some folks who have shoreline have complained about how high their taxes are. So just thought I'd represent that opinion, Steve.
Don't actually have that shoreline. They are claiming it, but and they're not really paying taxes on it.
Yeah, they have the benefit of having the property that is right down to the shoreline.
But they are not paying taxes on that shoreline road.
I accept the correction, but the sentiment remains that
they feel
this is something that I've seen happen in Blue Mountains and the Beaver Valley, where folks who have owned land that becomes valuable for many generations, they get outpriced. They can't afford their taxes anymore. So just to acknowledge those folks who happen to have come in through family ties to have some beautiful land. I'm not suggesting what we should do with that information, just acknowledge it.
I think we go back to the fact, though, that this would be to determine
this would give us the information.
Yes.
Give us the information.
Ownership or non-ownership.
Yes.
And what we're maybe dealing with is because they've had the property next to that, they've taken ownership of the piece of property that technically is not theirs. Yeah, so.
To Councillor Winter's point, shoreline discussions take up an immense amount of time in this township.
And MPAC did make a mistake in their registration of properties and has inherently given people the misconception that they own a chunk of property that they do not own.
Yes.
And that has amplified the problem that exists.
Yep. So when we're looking at this one as a financial ask of 100,000, it says funding source capital, working capital. Are we talking working capital reserve?
Yes.
Okay, so the idea would be we're taking that out of reserves. It's not touching the tax levy. And then as we sold properties, we could be paying back to that reserve.
So, yeah, we leapt quick there. So Sam has indicated in each one of these where we could draw funds from. Going back to the point, if we tap the reserves for, $1 million, we need to pay that $1 million back to the reserves over time. And we may want to be putting more into reserves than we would be taking out. So we may want to pay back more than that $1 million over time. So that has so what we will do based on the priorities. So rather than thinking too much about where these get funded from, it would be ideal to think about the priorities. And then what we can do is go away and try and squeeze as many of those priorities in, funding them in the best way as we can see, to bring back a recommendation to you. Okay, you wanted these top 10 things in. Well, we were able to get all of these 10 things in. And this is how we've done it. We actually think you've got a bit more wriggle room, so you can put another couple of projects in. Or we might come back and say, we were only able to get 8 of these projects in within the sort of tax cap. This is how we funded them. So there's a chunk of work that we will take away based on the priority. So yes, there are lots of funding strategies around this. We will come up with the best that we can to meet the objectives that council establishes us. So, some of them it might be better to hit with the tax base straight off rather than from the reserve, and some it might be better to hit from the reserve and then pay off over time. We'll figure that one out.
So I guess what I was also thinking of with that one, if we were using the working capital reserve for it, do we put a policy in place that whatever happens with that shoreline road allowance, if we're getting funds from there, that money always goes into reserves? And that becomes part of the policy going forward, that these funds can then be used in specific.
Yep. Yes. I would suggest that doing that is, excuse me.
So similar to your short-term accommodations, part of the direction was that any proceeds received from the voluntary registration were put into a short-term accommodations reserve. That's what if the project proceeds, that is what I would recommend as a similar criteria, that any proceeds on sale of land, sale of easements, whatever the revenue source may be, gets put into a reserve, and then through your reserve and reserve fund policy is where the parameters of what those funds can be spent on.
But just for clarity, I think we're probably 12 months ahead of ourselves in this one.
Yeah.
Right.
But I think it's just something to keep in mind going forward, that's a potential way to increase reserves. Okay, so fire service master plan. This is through the fire department, which is.
Well,
no, this is township.
if I can first.
Yep, you go right ahead.
This is one of the things I think is an important thing, because there's always been a misconception in the municipality that the Intertownship Fire Department looks after our needs. The Intertownship Fire Department services the needs set by the municipality, and we've never, as a municipality, give them the level of service that we want to do. This is what we expect, this is what you do, and then transfer it back to the board to provide those services to us. So I think this is a great step, that we need to do this fire master plan. We need to look at what our requirements are, because I'm sure we haven't met a lot of our requirements. We're close. Fire prevention, which we started this conversation with as well, used to be a part-time position by the municipality. We had a 3-day or 2-day-a-week fire prevention officer. And if I'm going to give Owen Sound $50,000 a year, I think we should do it ourselves, because that's succession planning as well when you bring those people on board. But I think we need to look at fire flows, which Aqua has recommended as well. So part of the fire master plan is Fallow Beach fire flows are X number of gallons per minute. Shallow Lake is only this, so we're going to need a substation here, here, and here. We've never identified that. I think it needs to be identified. I think it would make our job as councillors easier. It'd make the joint board of management a little more clear of what their roles and responsibilities are. And I think our fire department would actually step up and give the fire chief and deputy fire chief what they need to do and what we expect of them. Right now, we all just kind of go through the average day to day. We respond to emergency calls and we think we're wonderful. But we've never set that overall direction.
The other thing is it's not just one fire department. So we have South Bruce, which we have a contract relationship with. So they would be covered by our fire services master plan.
May I ask a very brief question? At the beginning of this, it said, we allocate $50,000 for Owen Sound Fire to have a fire safety, what's the terminology?
Prevention officer.
That's right, because ITFD does not have one. Well, why do we not have one? Why does that not make sense for us to not have one?
Big story. So we used to have one that used to do fire prevention with Georgian Bluffs, the service area of the ITFD, which was Meaford and Georgian Bluffs. Meaford decided that at one time that they had a fire master plan done and that their residents weren't all being treated the same. So they were going to take over fire prevention within the municipality of Meaford. They have failed at that, I'll tell you that. So they took it over and we were left as Georgian Bluffs hanging out saying, we don't have a fire prevention officer. Owen Sound at the time, that through reciprocal agreements and arrangements, said, we can step up and help you for a couple of days a week. That was 4 years ago that they offered to help us short term. So no doubt that they're standing here now saying, we need to have an agreement.
We're hanging dry with like
But Georgian Bluffs, so then that goes that as Georgian Bluffs, you would then have a fire prevention officer that did all of your inspections. Because our reciprocal agreement with South Bruce Peninsula, I don't believe that they do fire inspections for our properties. So if
So
the
the fire prevention officer, as Councillor Wynne, is not a function of ITFD, it's a function of the township. So this is collaborative partnership services, in a similar way to we do waste management with Owen Sound, and a similar way to, there's another one that's Potawatomi, to what we've been talking about with Potawatomi. This would be another way of those shared services, recognizing, that we probably use 2 days of a fire prevention officers and benefit from, but it is a benefit back. It's not a benefit to ITFD, it's a benefit back to the municipality.
back in the day, so the fire prevention officer was actually a responding officer as well. So it was able to provide coverage, but then that should be paid for more by Georgian Bluffs than Meaford's 25% share. But traditionally, you see fire prevention officers move up through the rank as a starting point and then want to move into some sort of management role. So there's succession planning to be looked at there as well. But
sorry to stray from that conversation. I just thought it was a question that I was even going to ask at the beginning, and I probably should have, but anyways. Yeah.
oh,
Well, and
I think one of the reasons why I think this makes sense is exactly the point you've just made. There is quite rapid upward trajectory of fire prevention officers.
Vertical,
Yes. And there are lots of, in the conversations with Owen Sound, why we're sitting where we're sitting now, which perhaps happened a little faster than was anticipated, but definitely not necessarily a bad conversation, is there's quite a lot of training that needs to happen to get a fire prevention officer up and running, and quite a lot of vacancies for fire prevention officers to move into that aren't necessarily 2 or 3 days a week. And so we probably don't have 5 days a week worth of work for a fire prevention officer just now. It's not to say we can't get there, and that might be something that comes through something like a fire services master plan. If we identify other functions which we're not currently feeling are being satisfactorily met. So I think the opportunity with Owen Sound we've benefited it for a few years. It's working well. Might not be the way we want to do it always, but I think it works next year.
So I think also part of what led to us having this agreement with Owen Sound was that, as Rick says, normally these are the younger guys going to work their way up. The gentleman we had in that position was retirement, and he retired. So that left us without anybody in that position.
there's that awkward silence.
That was easy.
Yeah.
That's because dinner's over there.
We have now gone through the full list, so we'll take a break and then come back to prioritizing. How long a break do we get? Because that's going to be the tough part. 5:30? Sure.
30 seconds per priority and we'll
Somewhere in here.
Want me to do any writing?
Right up.
Do I do it?
Listen until you chew over there, Isaac.
You tell me if I can help.
Other than when we go to.
Take a picture of this last spring. Show that the moldboard was rusty, so it hadn't been used. But every time I called, they said, "Oh, it's out every day." No, it's not. It's those chains on it. So it's
Yep. Okay, so we are back at 5.4, prioritization workshop of 2024 budget requests. So we've all given a list to staff. Did you want to start with that, Sam, and kind of lead us through?
I'm going to give a brief overview of what this next section will look like. So I have received the list back from most of council. There is one member who I did not receive a list from. They are not present today. So I'm on the paper behind me, anything that had appeared on 4 or more of your schedules, because 4 meets your quorum requirements. You each have, and staff also have, a colored marker. Once we have those up on the list, you will be provided the opportunity to write any that you think we need to talk about more. Because if it appeared on 4 of your list, that means it's being endorsed in essence. So once I have it up there, we can remove it from the list or we can add something to the list. And that's where your colored marker comes into play, just to identify it's something that didn't maybe meet 4 people's list, but you feel really needs to be considered. So I'm just going to take a quick minute. I'm not sure if you guys wanted to discuss how you were prioritizing or what your thought process might have been in there while I'm doing this.
May I clarify the final goal? Is the final goal an absolute list of 10 or?
No.
Okay.
So I'm not going to put a number on how many. We're looking for your priorities. Staff will go away. Once we have your priorities, we'll figure out potential funding. Some of them might be that phased in funding that we were talking about. Some of them might have to be an impact to the tax levy. Some we may have a reserve that has sufficient funds that we to do the one-time impact to it, and then come up with the funding for the future opportunities and planning for contributions into reserves. We'll come up with the funding, but we at least need your priorities of what to include in a budget before I can make a budget for you.
So what we'll do while Sam's writing these up, if we end up on the wall behind me and in front of you with 5 projects which you've all agreed they're the top 5, we can plug them in and we can get you a very, very quick, dirty estimate of what the impact to the tax base could be for those 5. If it's 6% and none of you reel in horror and you're fairly comfortable with 6%, then what will go away is we'll try and squeeze those, we'll do a lot more work to get those 6 or so projects in for 6 or less percent or thereabouts. We might then squeeze 1 or 2 more that were on the next level of your list into that if we think we can get to that 6%, so that you've built the budget from the priorities that you've had. We get the level of your comfort around the budget, and then we'll squeeze in your priorities to that budget, or maybe squeeze a couple of extra in, and then we'll come back to you in January with, now we've done all the working and we've probably lowered the number we give you tonight from what it was, because we'll then be able to look at reserve funding, breaking it up over multiple years, grant funding and those sorts of opportunities. That will give you the opportunity in January to add some projects in or continue to take some out to tweak the tax base down a bit further. So by the end of this evening, we will have a percentage and you will have told us that's completely insane, or yeah, we feel that, you know, something in that order that's comfortable. If you can tweak that down by a little bit here and there to make that work, but that list at that number feels about right for us, then that's where we'd like to get to. Chances of us getting there with this list right behind me right now, I suspect it's going to take some refinement once what's going up on the wall right now for us to knock a couple off. And then as Sam says, there might be some projects that are not on this list that you feel really do need to get added back onto it as priorities, you know. And so there's a conversation about, you know, are there some things that really should have made this list that haven't for whatever reason. So this is just to get that first initial blush. And again, we're not necessarily looking at any order or prioritization of this list. It's just, these are priorities, do what we can.
Sam, if you're looking for a career change, your printing is more than adequate for secondary.
I did gently offer a minute ago to write up, but nobody would have thanked me for that.
We have teacher shortage too.
I hope my short forms are enough. That someone can.
Was there a number put on the 36,
Yes.
Was a number?
Yeah, so in the the reserve sheet, I think it was, that was sent as an attachment, if we were to do all of them and preserve the existing reserve balance, 109%.
High school, let me go to 107.
Yeah.
I can find the two.
109, eh?
And like you said at the beginning of this now, I said that even if we were to increase the tax by, what was it, 80% today?
84% today would put us still cheaper than Chatsworth.
Really?
Yeah.
I live in Chatsworth.
Yeah. An 84% budget increase or a 29% budget increase would mean that we were still the cheapest municipality in Grey County. So that would put us just beneath West Grey. West Grey? Grey Highlands, which one? I have it written down. Grey Highlands. And that's, I mean, whenever you play with percentages, it's a bit of damnation here and there because you can never quite compare apples and apples, but on a level playing field.
Plus or minus.
Plus or minus.
Sam, just, for the purpose of the live stream, they're seeing it backwards.
Oh,
The camera,
we will publish them in another format.
just if you.
Would they have, would any public have heard you just say that?
Yeah.
Yes, perfect.
Just if you're referring to them, they can't.
So I think Owen Sound, a 2023 number. 2023 number for comparison's sake. Owen Sound was at 4,268 in 2023, whereas we were at 1,860. That's the highest to lowest.
People say that to live in Georgia Bluffs.
So those 17 items are the ones that made 4 or more members of council's priorities. So I would invite you to, on the middle or end or the far end, use your marker if there is something you think that should be on this list, and the same if you think there is something on this that maybe doesn't need to, that you do want to discuss that bit more. So I know while we were talking and going through and had the questions, there was the discussion of grouping together laptop replacement, website rebuild, and cemetery software. The lists I was provided didn't have that grouped for everyone. So those were a couple that I just wanted to highlight based on the earlier discussions.
The other one to note, because that's kind of up there, is the Kemble Playground and Side Road 3 Bridge. Yeah, those were ones that weren't on 36th. I'm up there.
They'll be added. Want me to go up and add them?
If you want to add them, and then we'll have a conversation about, I'm going to use staff, I'm going to mark some up. I want a question on the Corporate Climate Action Plan when we get to it, I think.
Is it unreasonable to add both bridges together? Or, no, yeah.
I think both bridges, they'd be separate projects. They'd be. My gut would say Side Road 3 is definitely a less significant span. Environmentally, it's going to be fairly similar. And it's going to need new abutments in the same way as Emery does.
Emery is more sophisticated in terms of.
Emery's a bigger bridge, probably needs to have a higher weight limit than we would put on a side road 3 replacement. My gut would tell me side road 3 is still going to be $1 million+ bridge by the time everything is said and done. For it.
Minutes, so we'll have them down. Read next line.
Sidewalk.
Yeah, it is up there.
Shallow lake sidewalks, I assume, but not.
It might start with Shallow Lake, but the idea is to get funds going into that yearly for.
So the request in front of you is just for 1 year at 140,000, noting that that's 1/10 of the total project. So would be looking to program that.
I am doing right now.
Sam is adding things that staff feel are priorities. Might not happen this year.
Oh, I actually was wondering.
I didn't know she was like a proxy voter for.
Yeah. It's about to ask. I just, orange is a hard color to from. You have a lot more to write. I could donate my purple.
So I think we've
marker.
added everything back to the list.
Yeah.
So staff had done this same exercise where we came up with this.
Okay.
Yep, so everything I wanted back on, now on.
Yeah.
So we are still going to have to go through. This is for discussion next.
Do you want us to put a check mark beside ones we agree with up there, or are they just on the list and that's, like, we'll discuss them, the ones that Sam's adding now?
So
So some of it depends on how these items are going to be funded.
Exactly.
Because if we're doing something like the technology using reserves, and what we're putting onto this year's budget is an amount going into reserves every year, and that's different than each individual item that's up there for budget software and.
We need you to prioritize the projects,
just the projects.
just the projects. Let us take away, we've heard your comments about how you wish to see things funded, that we will build that in when we're doing the funding aspect, but we need for you to prioritize projects as a whole.
And what we'll do is we can re-present this list in January. Remember, we're not setting budget here. So we'll do our best to squeeze as much in as we can. And then if in January you say, maybe we come back and it's a total municipal tax rate of 2.5%. You might say, okay, let's add some projects in and we'll have a backup list and we'll work it out from those backup lists. So you can then add those projects back in.
It went way over my head, Sam.
What do you want us to do? Just go up and put a tick with whatever color we're using beside?
If you want to talk about it more, kind of right now, we have built that these are your priorities.
Right.
So if there's something you want to move away from on this list, we need it documented and we can discuss that a bit more. It's not saying you can't discuss these at all, but if there's something on here that, no, I don't think that's right. And then if there's something missing, put it over here that you think should be here.
I see. Because the list that's on the left-hand side is the list where we've all given you our priorities.
Yeah.
And those are all the common ones.
Four or more members of council said this should be priority.
So we had a proposal to merge the community events
Yes.
and the laptops.
Well, I don't think we can put community events into that same one, but the laptop replacement, the budget software, there was something else in that group that was technology related. Right, website, yeah. So cemetery and columbarium,
Could go to.
to me, go together because they're going to be out of the same. But the technology replacement, budget and reporting software, website rebuild are all together. And those are ones we talked about. All we would be asking this year would be the amount to go into reserves each year. And we would pay.
Laptops?
The laptop, budget software, and the website would all come out of reserves.
Yep.
And then the amount going forward was 20,000 per year. Going back into reserves, I think was the amount, but that might not be the,
Look at it and determine the 25 that you already do have will come up with an amount.
yeah.
I have a question about the accessibility plan. I just did my certification for Sable recently, and I'm just wondering if we're legally obliged in any way, but it's not, it's a park, it's like the legal requirements aren't there. It's just a really great thing if we find the grants and find
Right.
the.
So we have, on that list, our washroom, we've got washrooms, and we have accessible washrooms in this building. We have a playground, we have other playgrounds which are considered to be accessible, and I think we all recognise that accessibility from the legislative perspective to accessibility in the real world are very different things. And the infrastructure only needs to be updated if it's significantly impacted. So you are quite right, there's no mandate for us to do it. It is a nice to have, and it is a nice to have which definitely benefits community, but it is a nice to have.
Essential for some, beneficial to.
Yes.
But we have a lot of urgent road needs.
And again, anything that's not on the list doesn't mean it's going to get forgotten about. It's just not going to make the list this year.
What we've done with the budget software where we've paired it with other ones, is there anything up there that we could pair together as well?
Like chipper and tractor would be
Yeah.
paired together. Those two together too, I guess.
Yeah.
So let's do that.
Does that reduce the cost of them?
No, it just means they're only one item. It's still going to be 140 grand.
Right, it's still gonna cost.
Yeah.
The one thing that isn't there that I should add is our biannual bridge inspections, which is mandatory. So I mean, things like our biannual bridge inspections.
Yeah.
It's regulatory, should be done. We had another one in there. Sign study and
The
inventory.
sign study, yeah.
Shall we,
Yes.
and are we all happy that those two as regulatory pieces should go?
They have to be.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not optional. We have to do that.
That's right.
And I would appreciate it if there's other things that get discovered that we're not meeting the legal requirements for.
And to me, that the traffic count is part of that as well.
Okay.
That sets our minimum maintenance
Yep.
standards that is somewhat regulatory. We need the chipper, we need the tractor to do our job. Right, without those two pieces of equipment, that's not gonna happen.
I agree.
I'm looking for nods.
Yep.
We don't need votes, but nods help, so.
Tractor and chipper.
I think we need the additional staff for the asset management officer, because that gets our asset management plan
Third one down
going.
there now. Third one down.
I'd appreciate not rushing through the additional staffing, because I know, I'm getting the sense that you're pro just two positions, the asset management and the students.
I look at the other two as being dependent on, so let me back up here and find that. The project coordinator and the environmental initiatives officer. If we're not moving ahead in that climate and environmental initiatives, do we need the officer at this time? If we're deferring that for a year?
So should we talk about the corporate climate action plan first, before we decide about the needs for the environment position?
So obviously, the corporate climate action plan has some options embedded into it. And I haven't got it pulled up in front of me. Typical. Now I can't remember my password. So. Should we start with the elements of that which are not staff dependent?
Yes, the green, so I have the document open.
Perfect.
And there's the green fleet strategy and energy conservation strategies, but implementing renewable energy and tree planting are staff dependent, as is community education and engagement.
So without extra staff, but with a budget impact of less than the total value of this, we could do the energy conservation strategies, the green fleet, and food cycle. Wanted to do more than that, we're getting into, there's a staff impact.
I would say if I channel my climate action team voice, that the corporate climate action plan is incredibly important and sets a standard and shows leadership. And then a lot of our emissions come from the community in Georgian Bluffs, not just our corporate Georgian Bluffs emissions. So that community engagement and education is an important piece of helping residents. It just, are we up to COP26 now in Dubai? It seems. And we've been talking about the impacts of climate change. So if not now, then when is always my question for climate change, because I feel like it gets deferred a lot all the time since I've been hearing about it. It's since my childhood. So at some point we do need to, if we're going to make a difference, we have to actually make the difference.
Should we put it to a vote?
So there's no need to vote at this point.
We want to vote, yeah, we want to see what the impacts of this are going to be upon the percentage tax increase first.
And the tree planting came as that also comes with climate action team requests looking at ways that nature can help us solve climate change. So I would be in support. In summary, I would definitely be in support of the extra staffing there to try and do more about
Does anyone got anything else on corporate climate action plan?
I'm kind of, sort of that piece of it, I'm kind of inclined to see where we end up after phasing in the three pieces that you already talked about, and then reevaluate whether we need more staff.
Yeah, like the
Like the
part
tree
for the
planting.
asset management plan, we need that one.
Yeah.
That's no brainer.
That's kind of a regulatory thing, is my thought. So I think it needs to be in there. I'm not against the corporate climate action plan. I think it's important. I just want to see us get the regulated, legislated things in place first. And yeah,
it's hard.
It is hard because all of those things are important. The Emery Bridge, it doesn't affect a large number of residents, but it does impact them in a big way.
And it impacts more than we know.
Yes.
With when
School buses and
when farmer machinery moved on to Grey Road 1, that impacts a lot of drivers.
Yes, it does.
So, do you have the dollar sum for the
non-staff?
Yeah, the non-staff.
And I think it's almost easy for us to say Potawatomi Water is up at number one, because the expectation is it's going to be funded out of a water system. We just don't know how. And we don't know if there would be grants available for doing that work.
Yeah, it's definitely a priority.
And it's one we have to go and talk to the residents of that community and say, here's what we're looking at for a cost, and this is going to be borne predominantly by you. How willing are you to move ahead with it now?
$25 and 20, so that's 65. I think 65.
And then the
So-
2-year more.
You could do, if you wanted to think about phasing this with the non-staff piece first, to follow up with the other stuff potentially to come back at a later point that would include staff, that would be 65,000 this year. So there is a sort of a 65,000 option.
As opposed to the 325?
Yeah, and that would be a 1 year, so everything else would need to come back.
65,000 this year, but have we already committed 50,000 towards the plan?
No.
So it would be there'd be another 50,000 in year 2 and 3 for energy conservation strategies. The other two wouldn't have a carry forward component associated with them. They're just initial year,
So
a 1 year.
So there's no 50,000 because the 50,000, the last contribution of that was last year, well, 2023. So we've got no contribution going into this. Is essentially taking that contribution and bumping it a little bit, but rolling it into next year. We'd rewrite the budget request as a 1 year specific budget request, which wouldn't include staff at that.
So right now, the ask was 325,000 over 3 years. So 100 and change per year? Yeah.
So it does take some of the higher value projects off the list.
Yeah, I guess for me, it's there, but it was, where does it fit after we've picked all the other things that have to be done?
So let's come back to it.
I think so, because maybe we look at it at the end and say, yes, we're going to go for that. But knowing that if we're going to go for that in full, now we're adding another 100 and whatever per year for that staff person to go with it.
So Potawatomi, does that go onto that? Is Potawatomi on everybody's list? It was on everybody's list, is it?
I think so, yeah. But acknowledging that that's one we're going to have to meet with the residents to go over what it's actually going to cost them. And are they still in favor of proceeding, which I think they are, but we need some funding options there too.
In good faith, we're moving it forward, right? We're still, haven't
Exactly.
dropped it off the table
Yeah.
and said, oh, well, we're not going to deal with it this year.
No, it's the top priority. It needs to happen, but we have to talk to the residents as to how it's going to happen.
That's right.
What's the the third one down?
Additional staff.
Additional staff.
Bridge. Or additional stuff.
Okay. No, I'm sorry, I was just leaning against the wall. Wasn't meaning to point at anything.
I think the additional staff, from what I heard, was it's regulatory. We need to add that asset management staff member there.
Yeah.
As a minimum, we need to add that.
Yeah. I don't see lumping all of them in on additional staff together. To me, they're different items.
You were, at one point, you were in support of the students as well.
I am in support of the students. I think that's investing in your future. And about half that money should be covered under summer student grants.
If we are successful.
If we're successful.
We could pay that.
I would second the students. I think that's a good idea.
I do think that's a good idea. It's a value to us for the work we get done, and it's a value to the students.
They get some experience and get into the work.
Yeah.
There is also a legislative compliance with the records management student.
The private roads maintenance there was a small ask, but I think it's something we should definitely move forward. Just,
Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
no, just for the fact that
We've had so much.
it's fifth year now for me and we're still talking about it. So I think, for the small ask that it is really, and to show faith to, again, those people that we are looking at and the rest of the stuff we got going on with the private roads and all the rest of the different kinds of roads.
We need some reports back about all of those roads, but part of private road, when we had that last public meeting about it, were we not going to ask Ken McPherson to maybe try and draw everybody together or
Yeah, that's-
facilitate some kind of, well,
Yes.
I guess what I'm thinking though is then when they're all together, what,
So this could fund that piece, but it could also fund the people that live at the top end of Francis Drive.
Right.
Want a little bit of help, or the gentleman that lives at the top of Shepherd Lake Road, not Shepherd Lake, sorry, Mallard, that would like to pave the top shoulder of the road there. So there are, and
yeah, some
there's at least
different areas.
4 roads I know of where, people have come forward, and I'm sure that.
For that quantity of money, it feels like it would be beneficial to a small but important group of people. I'd be happy to see it move over.
Get her up there, Vanna.
Pat Sajak sort of guy.
I wonder if the portable toilets are also an easy decision.
Yes.
To me, yeah, that would make sense. And environmental as well, get rid of those old,
Portable toilet's just an enhancement of the operating budget, right?
yeah,
Minor.
Yep.
yep.
Low hanging fruit.
And maybe we can do the same with community events, budget software, Mammoth Pleasant Collect.
Yes.
The one
Yep.
I can't pronounce.
Columbarium.
Yeah, call me.
Community events.
Bottom three.
Mhm.
Yeah, all laundry. Every single one.
Yep.
You need another.
I was gonna say, I do have another one. Budget software. Website. Laptop.
They were all part of that one.
Yeah, you're right.
Mount Pleasant Columbarium.
And the software there. Oh, yeah, that's there.
That's all.
I feel like sidewalks might be easy too. I haven't heard anything against sidewalks yet.
So I think
Oh, right.
we're at 10.
Yep.
No reason why we can't go over 10.
Right.
So the cold in place recycling, that's
That's pretty big, isn't it?
work on roads, and we've got to keep roads on the list.
So what I was going to suggest is we add corporate strategic plan to it, because we all agree that's going to set our direction.
Yep.
And then it's a lot of work for staff, but if we take that and say, okay, that's the 10 core that this council wants, the rest of them are capital projects. Let's start looking at a budget with those in there, and then we start pulling those numbers out and what are we going to do and kind of work back. I think is what we're seeing our list come down to, correct?
And I am uncomfortable with not including some of the, did private road maintenance get moved? It did.
did.
Yeah.
Yeah, Emery Bridge is on 2 there, so the green one can come off.
So we do have,
Sorry, yeah.
I would like to see Emery Bridge
Yeah.
Me
and
too.
Side Road 3 come in as bridges, as a
Yeah,
pair, maybe?
bridges.
That's what I said, yeah.
Because Emery Bridge won't be constructed in 2024.
No, and I think
Design will be
Emery
done.
starts next year and is construction in 2025.
Emery's still in the environmental assessment stage.
Yeah, so
we haven't even got to
not
a
a lot's
design.
going to happen.
No.
Yeah,
Like there was talk of 2026 for us.
Yeah, that's right.
yeah.
And I would definitely personally put corporate climate action plan on the list and corporates.
Yes.
It's so hard.
Yeah.
But I
mean, it's only a $15,000 increase over last year's spending. It's minor. It's low hanging fruit.
So,
The fire services master plan,
that's a requirement too, isn't it?
it is,
But see, we've got no roads capital,
I know,
or
that's,
infrastructure projects on that board
And
yet.
no, I know, that's why I said the cold in place recycling, like, we've got to keep in mind, we've got roads out there,
That's
got
right.
to be done, we
that's
can't,
right, that's right.
You do have some grants that are only limited on what they can be used on, such as OCIF and gas tax. Right now, we don't necessarily have projects that qualify. I can loosely,
Oh, yes.
very loosely,
so there's a big road reconstruction component of this.
that's true.
I also feel
so
like
that's where,
It's also
Basically,
now taking from
Summits is gonna have to
your
be
tax base.
reconstructed.
if those are, like, we have, like, private road portable toilets, those are relatively small, like, quantities of
Yep.
money required, so it feels challenging to have them take up a spot on the list.
So I'd like to see everything on there right now.
Yeah,
Go back as a budget, and then when we sit down and look at the numbers and the funding options,
Then we might have to cut
then you
back.
can make a realistic.
Yeah.
just take that whole list that's there.
Yep.
And then whatever ones we added in.
Each one's got.
Yeah, I'm the same way too, because I'm,
Because we've all agreed on all of
So
these.
maybe we don't cold in place a road, but we spend X number of dollars on 6 roads, surface treating or,
yeah,
and we've got to be able to have We have to do capital projects out in our infrastructure.
Well, and that 7th Street
Yes.
didn't hit there, and yet we have to go in and do work there, either this year or next year.
7th Street.
The 7th Street
One of the catch
Southeast, it's
basins that have failed.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
So some of that, I believe, can be funded out of operations. There's got to be money hidden somewhere in operations for maintenance.
So just these.
Anything with an X beside it.
What did we talk about that
Yeah. And what, sorry?
airport money could have been used for? No, I forget.
So it's list plus Emery is that percentage.
Just double checking.
So do I. We talked,
Dog park.
Okay, so just, and again, this is very unrefined and we've got work to do. But this list plus Emery, and the reason Emery's in the number is because we kind of started to work on it. If this was all to be funded in 2024 alone, and ignoring everything else, so just the X's and Emery, we're at 23, nearly 24% budget increase.
So I just want to preface that. That is keeping your reserves at the same level that they are estimated at the end of 2023. So that is $19 million.
And using 2-point-some million in the Emery Bridge,
Yes.
which won't be spent in 2024.
No, I just don't know an allocation at this time, and I can't give that number right now. So with what you have here, if you were to, right now, the reserves would go down, again, it's the full Emery, would go down to about 16.5 million. So it's a 2.5 million decrease in your reserves. And it would be a 2.65% increase on your tax levy. It all comes down to what your comfort is. If you want to enhance reserves, that would mean more going in there, then we can look at increasing this 2.65. That's why we kind of need some parameters of what you are looking for as well. If it's something around 5, we can work on prioritizing these and keep reserves similar to where they are. Because right now the reserves are fully being utilized to fund these projects. We can't do all the funding analysis right now, but we can bring that back to you.
Sam, if we gave direction as a council and said, we like all of this stuff that's on the board, we don't want to see any more than $3 million taken out of reserves.
Yep.
Back to us with a plan.
That's where I get
You would fund that.
magic wand.
And you use your magic wand and then take the guesswork out of all of this.
Yes,
And then at that point, we can decide whether 3 million was a palatable number.
exactly.
Reduce it, we're going to increase it, we're going to do whatever.
Yeah. Let.
I think that makes the most sense at this
We
point.
just want you to look at projects and prioritize the projects. Let us go away, give us our parameters that we can work within, and we'll do our best to make the magic happen. And it might be we come back and say, we were not successful.
Is there some, couple big ticket items?
Yeah, there's some big ticket items.
We didn't even touch, right?
We cannot, within the what Councillor Winters has just indicated, I don't believe it will be feasible to do all that's up here in taking 3 million out and staying at, 5-ish% tax increase. We can, within those parameters, if they're the parameters, we can jiggle with this list and try and figure as much in. I wouldn't mind going through a couple more of these just to try and get a sense on people's heads, but if there's some sort of appetite around that, that's definitely the marching orders that we can go away and work with.
I would be curious, and you've given us the ones the staff are interested in seeing that aren't on the list. Are there any on the list that were low in staff interest?
In the yellow?
So,
Lower, I guess.
yeah, so lower, yeah, there are. So I'm gonna hint on this one. So I'll be honest, this is not one that I necessarily think is low. But when we had our staff conversations, we are halfway through this term of council. And so whilst these are really important things to have, we're halfway through this term of council.
A quarter?
We're only a quarter of the way through. I think
By the
that's.
time it's done, by the time it is done,
Yeah.
approved, you're halfway through your term of council.
But I think that's always going to be it, because you're never going to start with a brand-new council doing a strat plan to have it in place at the end of the first year. I think you're always going to wait until the end of the first year when everybody's got a little time under their belts and then do a new strat plan.
Yep. So I think when we had the conversation in-house on staff, we figured this one wouldn't necessarily bubble all the way up. We've had similar conversations around staffing to the conversations you've had. Outside of that, it got really difficult. It really did get really difficult.
So my concern with all of that is, and I think Rick said it as well, we don't have any roads work there. Like, we haven't cold in place recycling, the sidewalks didn't go over. Balmy Beach. Kemble Drain didn't even hit the list, but that's going to be something we have to do.
So Kemble would be one, like from a staff perspective, I'm kind of, not having Kemble is, not having the storm drain there, the drainage pond, impacts the land which we already own. So we've kind of got a stopgap measure in place there. So it needs done if we want to do something with that land, but we don't know what we might want to do with the land. So I think that one can sit. We've still got more work to do in Kemble, and there's some improvements we can make from the operation side. So it delays the potential for doing something, but then we don't know what we might want to do. So it's not necessarily a big delay.
Kemble needs a municipal drain is what it needs.
It does, yes. So I think what I would like to see then is if something was important enough to hit this year's list, and we deem that we can push it to next year, we want to have that list all ready to go into budget next year of, these are what we deferred from last year. If they were important enough to be on last year, they need to move up the priority list next year.
So all 36 items will in essence become our found money bank. So if you do get grant funding for something that you did include in a budget, then great, that's found money. Do you want to keep that in reserves? Do you want to bring back that list that we had talked about today and tackle maybe a couple more items on? If something comes up.
Or add more of the corporate climate action plan in, or things like that. I still think we need the strategic plan. What's everybody else think?
I think we need the corporate climate action plan more than the strategic plan.
Strategic plan sets our direction.
That's right.
It's the direction for everything. And the climate action plan becomes part of that strategic plan.
Branches off.
I don't know, we just spent money writing the plan.
I know.
And this is one of those places where you write the plan and tick the box and you get, but then if you don't do anything with it, it is just a piece of paper or a file on a computer. I'm also concerned with the shore road allowance. I stayed fairly quiet during that conversation, but I do feel like we really need policy, and if looking into.
That's why these two definitely came up from the staff side of things. These have been big conversations over the last 12 months, and they're establishing a policy context for decades into the future. So they felt like quite key ones. To be honest, it probably doesn't matter if we push that one off a year, 2 years, 5 years. I suspect there are members of the community who are, because there's nothing happening until that gets done in terms of really investment at Kemble and investment in Derby, because there's no point investing in those community facilities until we really have an idea as to what shape that investment should take. And that really helps that. But they'll still be here in 12 months' time. So maybe it can be pushed.
I'm thinking shoreline road allowance. We need to be moving on that one. Otherwise, you're going to keep having 4 hours plus a week going to something that isn't moving.
With the land claim settled.
Yes, we need to move forward.
Move from the land claim, sorry, then people who are affected by that issue, that land, or impacted, who own some, who think they own some. There's only going to be more questions, I think, as opposed to fewer questions.
What's 10%? What's 10% rate? What's the price? What's the per household? What's the, how much is it gonna cost us for 10%? Just so I have a number in my head.
Like to the fam.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the average resident, which is what, 294,000?
Be $184.04 based on your average assessment of a single family dwelling.
$184.
Yeah.
And it would generate about 360,000. It just raw.
1% is 120,000.
Oh, yeah,
So
sorry.
10%
Yeah,
would be 1.2 million.
2 million. Yeah.
That's why Pat Sajak doesn't do it, Vanna does.
Yeah. Like when you put it in that perspective, it's 184 a year at 10%, and you know we're again, I'm just speaking for myself. We're trying to worry about getting down to 3 or 4%, and to me, that's not even realistic.
It's
number.
not realistic.
One day we're going to have to pay.
Yep.
Unfortunately,
That might be, if we take Councillor Winter's 3 million and we take 10% as an upper tax limit, we can work to bring you back a budget in January within those bounds, reflecting on these.
I am in support of that, thinking not only about current residents, constituents, but future ones, and the township that we leave them at the end of this term. If we just delay everything all the time, it creates more problems.
It does, because these things just get more expensive as we move forward, and we still have to do them.
And we would agree that if we use those parameters, that everything that we see in front of us on those sheets would be included?
Everything will be included in, we will do our best to get everything in within those parameters.
I mean, if it comes in at 12% and it includes everything, then that's something council can sit and debate and do what they need to do. Yes.
I will,
If
I
it has
still,
a star, we will include it.
I am
It will
still
be there.
nervous about these three.
Yep.
Because these three are big numbers. And so now the benefit of these three is we can probably space them out over multiple years. So that helps, but,
Well, and we've got the full cost of those built in here,
Yes.
and there should be funding available for some of them.
Is there a clear level of urgency for one of those over the other two, or two of those over a third?
But they can all be phased in, right? You can break them into multiple phases of a contract, and we have options to deal with that.
That's, and we're just looking for what do you want prioritized? Take away and do that phased in funding, looking further into grants, possibly applying for some grants if they're closing soon.
Do you want to speak more to the dog park or the council chambers, which I?
so they were the two that were on the staff list that I did
Yes.
think it might be worth flipping back. So, the dog park we put in, because it's a community win.
Yeah.
It's something that can be achieved. It's really easy. Like, we are basically going to we can put an RFP out for the fencing. It's not technical design. It's low staff impact, low staff cost, and it's there probably by June or July next year, done, dusted, and the community will start leveraging that and building on it. I think that there's a head of steam up against it and everything else like that. So we threw it up there because it felt like something that is a win out of this budget. It's a quick win for relatively small financial cost, and the community will add a lot on the back end of it. So that's why it was up on the staff list, quick win.
Looking at all of this together, does it still feel like there's?
Politically, this is a nice story coming out of the budget. This is a really nice story. It's something that the township didn't have today that's going to have tomorrow. The rest of this is fixing stuff and moving stuff forward.
If we don't fix roads and we build a dog park, we're going to be
But it does have.
violated, yes.
We definitely had that conversation. And then the council chamber one came up because
At a minimum, the technology needs addressed.
The technology, yes.
At a minimum. And because there are the potential cost savings and just the ease of technology may be better suited and installed by mirroring and grouping the two aspects together. That's why we put the two together, but at a minimum, your technology in that room needs addressed. We are hoping on a prayer right now that nothing happens to it,
If that equipment goes down, we will not be able to live stream our meetings, which is a very real possibility in the near future, considering the fact that the company that did maintain our live stream equipment has gone out of business. So the idea for the tech upgrades would be to move to a system exactly like this, but in a nicer outfit in our council chambers that would allow us as staff to be able to fully control what happens with the live stream and order replacement parts. Because at this point in time, if something goes down, those parts probably don't exist anymore, so.
So how about we, within those guidelines, we keep these as an in or out at the end. So we'll do our best for everything, keep these as an in or out at the end.
Go ahead, Grant.
So is that, the dog park was one time 75 grand?
Yeah.
Can we not take it as a nice gesture, take it over to the airport, and then then it's done?
So that's what I was going to ask.
You'd
The
already mentioned,
airport,
yeah.
yeah, the airport funds are part of that 19 million in reserves?
Yes, they are included in
Yeah.
working capital reserve.
And yeah, that's part of that, whatever cap we give.
Yeah.
Is a reserve, that come out of there.
I do think the shoreline road allowance, that investment there is going to come back to us. So I think that would be a good one to get moving forward now, just to have the information.
Take this one off the list for this first blush, or try and keep it in?
I would like to see it in, just because I think
Yeah.
we need to look at, I mean,
Try to keep it there at this point in time.
yeah.
We're gonna repair them as we need to anyway, but it'd be nice to know.
Is it more costly
Well,
to
yeah.
repair those work sheds when maybe we should
So
just?
the big ticket on these is going to be roofs.
Yep.
Like, we got the price for Kemble. Kemble's a $900,000 roof. Probably not much point in putting nearly $1 million into that facility
No.
without a plan.
I guess what
The
I
roof will-
think of more there is the work sheds.
Yep, and we haven't done that work.
No, and we need to know because they're all, well, Sarawak's probably the newest building, but Derby and Keppel are old.
I don't know, Keppel really is old.
Can you cross off Emery Bridge? I got it, I wrote it down, but it's already on the other side there.
Last,
It's already kind of
Oh,
Yeah,
sold.
I think that's the only way we're going to move forward, is to look at what those numbers look like.
yeah, get an idea as to what
Idea how we're funding it.
yep,
So 10%,
max,
and 3 million out of reserves.
anywhere in between.
Including everything.
Then we have to figure out the next year how we're putting money back into reserve. The nice thing would be, though, that 3 million that we're kind of putting at reserve to come out of reserves could get picked up in grants or funding from other streams, which would then give us a little more maneuverability there.
For other,
And am I correct saying that in our operating budget, we do have contribution to reserves?
Yes.
In operating? So you're not just pulling out 3 and not putting it back in. You
Right,
are
we're
a
putting
certain
some back
percentage
in, yeah.
And I think you need to look at that entire package to get a concept of what's.
yeah, but the net impact working to be 3 million out. So that will count what we put in plus dropping down to
So you put in $1,783,250 into reserves.
just-
That was a part of your base budget.
1.5 million or 1.25 million is what's the difference then?
about 4.
4.7.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay,
Seven.
wrong way.
Yep. And we just need to understand that, right?
Right.
It's a bigger picture.
I kind of hate to do this, but the STA program that's coming back on Wednesday. We'll talk about it more. It's not on our list, and I know that's of interest to folks who have been heavily involved this year. So I see if anyone else has a comment. I was looking at Kathy to see if
I think Kathy's list is included there, isn't it? Yeah, hers is included
yeah,
in the
just,
numbers,
just,
yeah.
And
Yeah.
depending on the conversation Wednesday night, we as council may give direction to add that too.
yeah.
Well, that was easy.
So
so
just as Carly is kind of crafting motion, kind of anything with a star beside it is what we are including in your motion to be a priority.
No.
And what about our orange question?
Everything. It's
Everything
everything
here?
here.
Okay, sorry.
Yes.
Everything. Sorry.
Not lose those sheets. Everybody take a picture of those.
seriously, yeah.
We will keep these.
Get still.
So I think, do you need to list them all, Carly?
I'm going to for clarity of the motion.
Okay.
Probably a good idea. I don't.
That's gonna be a long one.
Agenda for Wednesday. We got county tomorrow night.
Inaugural meeting. It won't be a long one, but some of them think it's a party.
Niall, is the date for the 26th?
It is,
that
isn't it?
now, or
I've
is
been to a
it
couple of
still?
those.
For some of them it is, yeah. Yeah, it won't be for me. It won't be stay at long.
It's at the county building, right?
Yeah, it's at the county building. I've got 8 o'clock gray area marketing, 9:30 Darlene's development,
Sure whether we've called.
11 o'clock
It's not
personal
called, it's not
meeting.
in there.
And then I need to get
It's
home and
your
read
day,
everything for Wednesday
Your
night.
day.
And
Bet I'm not alone.
I started this
Yeah,
last
so-
last Wednesday, started reading this Wednesday and Thursday. We left Friday. I got home at 7 o'clock last night. Into work this morning.
I will do,
I had a meeting at.
he's busy, but we burn.
Mhm.
We look to see, work with council.
I started
Special
working
council
on
date for final.
Friday afternoon.
Council day.
I'll get back to
Going to struggle with that.
Yeah, and they've given some. dates
Saturday
that
was a write-off.
if they
Then
work for
yesterday I
others,
was driving the
there-
youngest
there's-
granddaughter
I
down to
wouldn't
Markham.
send
So that
us
turned
at
out to be a
all
write-off.
after the-
Got home at 5 o'clock and I'm like,
Yeah, every person first. Total flexibility.
Biogrid?
oh. Yeah.
That's what it is.
It was a great eat space. So we had 300 more students than Burma.
Okay, well, they're working on that.
Everything's got holding places there. First thing.
And the only other, so there's no rail trail.
No rail trail.
No municipally owned parks and no municipally owned buildings, right?
Correct.
I think I got everything.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Not gonna say it. Nothing.
Did we miss one?
No, it's a different topic.
So I will need to just quickly, because neither the municipal parks bubbled up onto the list, nor the municipal buildings.
No.
I will have to just double check with Zach that there's nothing that's absolutely essential that's needed in this building this year.
Good call.
Yeah, there might be something in the plant that's absolutely essential.
I had both of those. So either way, let me.
Was the upgrade to the arena on there?
Yeah.
It was on there?
No.
Oh, it wasn't on there, it was part of,
No.
that's almost,
So I need to double check to see whether there's absolutely anything essential. Some of it was things like rubberized flooring, which is, you know, our rubberized flooring here is getting old, but we'll probably be able to stretch it out for another year or so. But I'll have to check to see whether there was anything essential.
there's valves and
Stopped
stuff,
working partway through the hockey season.
there's valves and stuff that are replaced.
Exactly. So I'll have to see whether that's essential work.
Yeah, follow up with Zach, that's a good idea.
What if you read it? That little tricks me.
Palawanami,
We're just making sure we captured everything.
Emery Bridge. Side Road 3 Bridge. Golden Place Recycling. OSIM. Traffic count. Sidewalk. Old Beach Drive. Balmy Beach Drainage. Portable toilets. Signs.
It just says.
The short-term accommodations reports are lengthy.
Is it?
So the way I
There's a
figured
lot
that
of
out,
information.
Chipper.
Just be able to pull it up here and tell me your page it was.
Told you, there was a lot of work done this year.
Yeah.
Lease. Non-staff, dependent climate action. Laptops. Community events. Budget supplement.
e-scribe defeats me.
Website.
Look at one item, times.
Yeah.
You never get to look at the whole thing.
Council chambers.
Yeah, that's how I get it. Yeah, is to go to the website and look for that, yeah.
Just trying to see how many pages the gym is on.
Except apparently I have too many things open, so mine just thinking.
400 or 500.
It's,
I'll never get through that by Wednesday.
my concerts on Sunday. I read the events.
Fires.
And it's that many pages?
No, I'd say we should be way ahead of the game. 400 or 500.
I'll tell you in a minute if this ever finishes loading.
Sorry, didn't want to miss anything.
I appreciate it.
Oh, that's thinking.
Do you want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Okay, to wrap up those discussions.
We need to formally go back into council.
That's right, we do. Getting ahead of myself. That's when we're.
Okay, so we're going to go back to special counsel, then under budget direction, you're going to read that. Okay. So the recommendation now is that the council of the Township of Georgian Bluffs move back into special council at 6:39 PM. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Pringle, Councillor Scholdice, all in favor? That is carried. So 2024 budget direction, I'm going to look to our acting clerk to read the motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the motion based on the discussion reads as follows. That staff be directed to include the following budget requests with the 2024 draft budget for consideration under development and infrastructure, Potawatomi water system, replacement of Emery Bridge, replacement of Side Road 3 Bridge, Colden Place recycling single surface treatment, biennial OSIM report, traffic count program, sidewalk replacement, Old Beach Drive reconstruction, Balmy Beach drainage, under community and environmental services, portable toilet service provider, regulatory and warning sign reflectivity inspection and inventory update, private road maintenance, Kubota compact tractor, replacement for M245 chipper, Shallow Lake Dog Park, facilities master plan, non-staff dependent corporate climate action plan implementation under corporate services, laptop replacement, community events, budget software, website rebuild, cemetery software, council chambers technology and upgrades, Mount Pleasant Columbarium, under Office of the CAO, the following staff addition request, asset management coordinator and summer student positions, corporate strategic plan, shoreline road allowance, fire services master plan, and that staff be directed to aim for a target budget increase of 10% and that staff be directed to contribute 300 million in reserves.
3 million.
3 million.
Sorry, 3 million.
If we had 300 million there, we had no other problems.
3 million in front of me. I think I'm just happy.
You can save 10%.
That's right. We'd be good.
Give everybody a rebate.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, we do.
What would you like to say?
Sorry.
If you have a friendly amendment, it's fine.
Sorry, it just said that staff be directed to contribute 3 million to reserves. My interpretation was to have a net impact of no
Yes.
3 million to reserves.
More than.
Yeah. To utilize 3 million from reserves, is that a better way of putting it?
Say
Utilize up to 3 million?
And sorry, would it be better to say that staff be directed to aim for a target budget increase of no more than 10% or of 10%?
That's close to.
And up to. Yeah, that's right, that's right.
So just for clarity's sake, those last two lines have been amended. That staff be directed to aim for a target budget increase of no more than 10%, and that staff be directed to utilize up to 3 million from reserves.
Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Day, Councillor Winters. Any further discussion on this item? I will call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. Okay. So next item is the confirming bylaw. Recommendation that bylaw number 2023-081, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council on December 4th, 2023, be read a first, second, and third time, finally passed, signed by the mayor and clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation, and engrossed in the bylaw book. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Pringle, Councillor Day. Is there any discussion? We'll call the vote. All in favor? It is carried. Date of the next regular meeting is Committee of the Whole, Wednesday evening at 5 o'clock. I will now call for adjournment of this meeting. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Winters, Councillor Day, all in favor? Carried. Thank you, everyone, for all